Welcome back, gamers. We are here today, starring in Versus Treasure Cup.
Good morning.
How are you guys doing?
Good morning. It's good to see you.
Good.
Good to be back.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
All right. Well, what are you guys excited for?
Dude, it's been a long OP10. We're pretty much into the next format, aren't we?
Yeah.
And so we're just gonna see what everyone has really just been working on the entire season, if you will. But what kind of decks we'll see, like in terms of list variation from the very beginning. Like, all right, where did we start in the beginning of the format in OP10, and where did we land? Of course, by my glasses, you can tell. If you got any Doflamingos out there, I'm rooting for you. It's been a shift in power for sure, this particular set. But we can still get there. So hype to see any of those.
What about you?
So it's like Franklin said, it's the end of the format. So we're kind of I'm expecting to see a lot of highly optimized decks and decks that don't think that they're going to do well in next format into green, purple, Luffy. So this is going to be like their last hurrah. So like Black Teach, maybe some more aggressive variants of Shanks, maybe like some yellow decks potentially, like maybe like Yellow meta? Kid. It could be off meta. It's a treasure cup, right? So it's a less. There's less of a stake, even though the prizing at the top is crazy.
Yeah.
You're not winning a national invite. So usually I feel like treasure cups, people try to go with like decks they like more than necessarily meta decks, especially with it being the end of a format, right? Like EBO2 just came out yesterday.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Absolutely. To David's comment, it's to see some. I feel forward life leaders is like the general that you could say about the decks that you could come out with at a treasure cup and really go undefeated and just be someone's champion for the day, because it's a less represented deck. Generally the 4 life leaders, because it's pretty much been a 5 life leader format, right? With your Shanks and your Teach. Doflamingo. But like if we really get to see maybe some lesser represented, I would even have said formerly Lim, but that's more kind of represented now, thanks to regional tops and so forth. But like a Marco, that'd be pretty cool. You see some Reijus have some success in these kind of situations. So those like less underrepresented 4 life leaders, that'd be some pretty hype to see.
Okay, yeah. I mean, for me, I think I'm more looking forward to like some kids, maybe some RP Luffy.
RP Luffy, yeah, good choice.
RP Luffy, yeah.
I mean, those are just the choices I've been playing. So,
as a Shanks, I don't enjoy my time against RP Luffy. So
I mean,
maybe I didn't bring that up for a reason. I don't. It's just heartbreaking to see. You're both doing essentially the same thing, but RP Luffy just does it much faster and better.
Yeah. And then if
okay,
and
we're off.
All right, yeah, off to the races here. It looks like a few turns.
Yep, they're pretty deep here because we have Purple Luffy and was that Lim?
Lim on our left, still at it looks like 4 life.
Yes, Lim at 4 life.
No,
Purple Luffy
no,
at 2.
it might be 3 by the cut of those.
Well, now 2.
Is that
2?
That Keith?
That is Keith. Yeah.
Oh, crazy! Florida local
versus local.
Heck
regular.
Yeah.
Glad to see you, buddy. Go ahead and pitch the new gate. It looks like for the lip. So generally, let's figure out what curve did our Luffy get. Right, since we're just jumping right in, he has a 7-4.
I don't think
it's kind of
hard because these decks both like mana cheat. So it's hard to know what turns there are just jumping right into the game.
So the way that I'm looking at it, right, I actually think Purple Luffy took it because he has 2 4-drops on board, one being that it came from Luffy Taro.
I agree. Yeah. So perfect first curve for the Luffy. So generally speaking, the limb should be not so favored here because, the first thing is if you're purple, you probably want first. So that applies to these two leaders particularly. And then limb significantly, right, has that same problem that Plouffe kind of has, where if you go second, you're not as successful as if you went first.
Yeah, your win rate is much lower.
Ooh.
And then swinging here with the limb, I'm assuming just to get
it tapped.
A rested body for an effect. And we're paying.
We were fortunate enough to get that
6?
that one drop limb there.
Yeah, that is Sakazuki to pop the Zoro.
Yep, powerful 6-7 stat line as well.
And then able to swing 7 here with Sabo, and then we have our 3 rested.
Yep.
We're going to be able to draw a card.
Yeah, very powerful card if you just leave it, standing, gaining value after turn.
Mm-hmm.
That's Sabo.
And then that limb is
2 and a 1 paid for.
Restanding our Sabo more than likely. I don't know, just choosing to restand itself.
I mean, I can understand it. You don't want that body to leave.
The problem I have with that is that we already have
Taro.
Not Taro. We have Hitokiri.
Yes.
So if we play any effect like
There's
the Taro
one.
that's going to reduce the Dawn,
There's one.
we're going to be able to KO the limb, quote unquote. She's going to then rest herself in order to save herself.
Mm-hmm.
But then we'll just be able to swing into it.
Yep, so we got a choice here. Of course, going to choose to rest his own limb.
Yeah, then I think we just swing 5 into the limb. Yeah.
Yeah, very easy takeout, which is, not great for the limb right now.
And then looks like we're posturing a 5 into life.
Yeah, and then we're probably going to go 8 into the Sabo.
8 into Sabo feels good.
I'm good with cleaning up here a little bit, yeah. That Sakazuki's already done its job. You could Mihawk it to make it swing again, but it's done its job solely as a unit. It's just a 6-7 line at this point.
Yeah, and if we swing into it with our 8, we're just asking.
Oh,
life.
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 Interesting.
I don't know about that, but I mean,
I guess trying to end it a little earlier.
Is trying to put some pressure on Lim, right? Make her either commit to trying to kill you this turn or potentially playing out some higher defense. Like we've seen Lim decks play a cost kid, for example.
right.
If she wants to do that here, it's going to take her entire turn because she's on 9 Dawn.
I do like the pressure to your point, especially since if you want to contest Purple Luffy's board right now, you'd need to Dawn up a little bit. You'd have to put forth some Dawn in order to even match those character stats. Maybe not so the Kamazo, but certainly that Purple Luffy. And then complete the rest of your turn, which may not even get close to lethal since Purple Luffy is still at 2 life. So they'll probably take their first hit. And then, they just chill from there.
So we're 5 at life?
5 is fine here because we're testing the waters, right?
Yeah.
I think Keith is still going to give up the 1K. Yep.
There it is, Sanji. And a 7.
7 is a bit more tricky because you don't really want to give up 2 cards here, so we're just going to take.
He's taking it.
No trigger.
Yeah.
And then now as Lim, what do we do here? We could see like a triple, or not triple, a double Mihawk play, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can pay 5 for the first Mihawk and then use leader skill to play the second Mihawk.
I could see that.
So we just get multiple 7K swings off.
But then we are at 1 life, no blockers. So I feel if I don't see a Doflamingo blocker, I'm scared.
That's true.
Like
That's fair.
2 character drops.
Probably
one of them being Doflamingo.
Mm-hmm.
But we haven't gotten anywhere. So I we haven't contested board, not really.
No.
We swung and pecked the card out of life. Oh, the Uso Hachi.
So swing into it, probably?
Yeah, I don't like giving up the 2K for that, though, is the issue.
I don't either.
And
All
then
right, so we're going to go 6
6
at life, draw a card.
I don't think it's at life. I think it's a board.
It could be a board.
I hope it's at life only because we already kind of committed to going at it with that 5.
Well, because at that point, then I wouldn't see the point in playing the Usahachi unless you're swinging at it.
Yeah, because if we
something
had like a
else.
Mihawk type play, it would have been best to play the Mihawk,
Mm-hmm.
restand the Sakazuki, swing with the Sakazuki again,
Exactly.
and then swing with the Sabo, right? Like if we were just using the Usahachi just to have the 3 characters, I don't think it.
Was that life?
It is at life. Oh, interesting.
What is going on?
Huh. I guess he really wanted to draw the card.
Maybe play something.
Is there
using leader skill.
a Charlotte Linland in the future to just heal?
And
There's a
playing the
Doflamingo.
Duffy.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that kind of needed to happen. At least one of those.
So we have 4 Don left, right? Or 3 Don. Oh,
Electric Luna.
Oh, that's
You're gonna start seeing this card a little bit
very
more. I feel, in
spicy
the
tech.
coming
I like
future there,
that.
folks. Electric Luna, stunning all 7 drop and beneath.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, so okay, now the Usahachi makes perfect sense.
Yeah. This is definitely interesting. I didn't think that, but I guess it makes sense, especially
You gotta
with,
find your outs, and
with-
that was certainly one of them. Using
Yeah.
the Usohachi to just rest something and then put everything under the stun of the Electrical Luna.
Well, if you really think about it, it's something that's probably going to start happening with Green Purple Luffy.
Oh
coming
yeah,
up.
as we just mentioned that, get used to seeing that card, folks. That's gonna, if it hasn't already gained some stock, I'm sure it's going to. It's a very powerful event going into the future.
Really good event. It has a decently relevant trigger, right, of resting a 4 cost.
Oh, absolutely.
So when your opponent knows it's in play, they kind of have to respect it. They definitely have to respect it. Like they can't just like swing for no reason. Like they can't poke at you with their entire board because if it's all susceptible to Luna, you've essentially just bought yourself an entire turn.
Yep.
And
if they gain
then
twice
sometimes
about
they get in the
7,
loop where they have to like
swing.
play
Swing.
multiple characters in order to get them active again.
So
Pondering here is the Pluffy. Wondering if we want to swing with this Luffy or not. For 8, we're going with 9 as our starting number. No standing Dawn, I believe, for the limb, so no threat of a Blast Breath. So we've got some either cards to pitch from hand, which it looks like we have about 6 or so, or the block from the Doflamingo. So 9 lead coming down,
I think
asking the question.
You can also block and double 2K if we're afraid of something like 7 cost Sanji coming down and resting our Doflamingo.
Yeah, we did. We do see fluctuating counts in the 7-drop Sanji. Very powerful card, right? Sometimes you see 3, sometimes 2. Oh, we're pitching. Yeah,
Was
triple
it-
ones,
Is that enough?
triple
This one,
ones,
9.
9.
That
No,
was
it must be.
2-1-1, right?
Yeah, I think it was 2-1-1.
Because that was, I think
But-
that was Scratchman Apu, Anel, and what was the third card? It was another 1K.
It was
Yeah, but to get a 9, it couldn't be that.
no, it would have had to been 2-2-1.
Yeah, 2-2-1.
Maybe I saw something wrong because I definitely
Yeah.
thought I saw Anel, Dofi, and a winner card Apu.
Unless he was swinging at board.
He could have also been swinging at board. That's true. He could have been swinging at Sabo.
Yeah.
We're starting off with a strong 7. I gotta think this is just that lead here. Thankfully, we did establish that kid blocker, and we're gonna start with the giant.
Gum Giant, hot button topic of the format. Right?
Why? What did you say?
What's
so great about it?
There's just like been
What's
a lot
problem?
of purple straw hat leaders of late.
Is there?
What?
They don't seem to be slowing down with releasing purple straw hat leaders in the future.
They're not
No.
I mean, what, in the next 2 sets?
Yeah,
in a row.
in a row, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Tech-
the starter deck as well, right? You're not getting a new one, but we're revitalizing an old one.
Which, who knows what's going to happen in that one.
True.
You know what's crazier than one giant? A second giant.
Second giant. We really want to live.
You know what's
The
probably,
7 swing coming down from the Doflamingo.
what's probably crazier is that he's got a 3rd in hand.
Yeah.
Oh, he did leave 3 up. That's fair.
It's the classic Pluffy bluff, though, if you don't know, right? It's just like, he put 3 Dawn up. There's no way he's crazy. There's no way he's got it all.
Or is it Blast Breath?
Dude, those are spicy. That's really just like, I just want to do it one more time.
It's
And
like,
just really
yeah,
greedy.
It's, like
It's
4
so greedy heal.
Going +4 isn't
Ooh.
enough.
I think this
The
is just for the
ace?
body.
No, I think
No, it's
Ace
resting.
rests
That's
the,
right. Rest
the blocker.
Oh.
Yep.
Now we got 4 or 5 Don to work with.
Do you have the third giant?
6
Really
Don.
asking the question.
Should be 6 on, yeah. 5?
5?
Give a 1K, bud.
Yeah. You have to give up a 1K.
We have a Mihawk coming
And then
down?
just put it all on Sabo?
Oh, of
So
course.
11?
11,
No,
draw a
12,
card.
12, 6.
12, draw a card.
Dead.
No. A 1 Sanji, a 2K, so 3, 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's
doesn't
I think
get
that's a
there.
brick.
Yeah.
Unless that's another 4 Sanjis, but yeah, not enough to get there, unfortunately.
Unfortunate for our purple Luffy player.
Yeah, really went in aggressively, right? But wasn't it? Despite going first as well, that's kind of nuts, right? On paper, you'd be like, okay, again, which went first? That's gonna have a large swing into it. Luffy went first. Okay, probably goes well, but we can see how it just unfortunately doesn't quite get there against the Lim, and the Lim managing to stay living as long as possible. Really it needed that turn, right, to get that Doflamingo blocker, or that's pretty dead unless they have like a removal such as like 9-drop Linlin, Charlotte Linlin, right, to just move that Doflamingo or anything and make that board from the Lim much significantly weaker at that point, right?
Yeah.
And that of course that 1-drop Lim living as long as it could, but falling to the Kamazo.
Yeah.
The Kamazo play rather. Yeah.
Yeah. The that's I guess the interesting thing, right? Like Lim was able to be bailed out because Green has Electrical Luna, and being able to freeze 3 bodies says you can only attack me twice, 3 times if you play a rush character.
Yeah.
But you have so many cards in hand that as the Lim, you're not really worried about it, and you have the blocker just in case. But Luffy doesn't have something like that on the clapback, right? Like he doesn't have something that's like, for a high Dawn investment, I will remove 2 bodies. He just kind of had to swing into them, and even then, everything in the Lim deck starts basically at a 6, which means you have to dedicate a Dawn to it, which means that's less Dawn you have to actually play new characters that are active, and then even then it didn't matter because we had the ace in hand to rest the blocker.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we get to see 2 purple decks obviously take at it, and like we said, despite one taking first and the other one won.
Yeah.
And a Lim. Yay! Right? Like a 4-life leader.
Yeah, probably something we're not going to see moving forward, I don't think. At least not as often.
I think Lim does get a little bit outclassed by the other green-purple leader.
The other green-purple leader. The only the one that exists. I mean,
well, there's 2 others.
There's a few. Yeah.
I think there's 2 others, right?
There's a Doflamingo.
Yeah, there is a Doflamingo. And then there's the new green purple Luffy, which
I haven't heard of him. What is he?
He's
heard of that guy?
He's okay, I guess.
I mean, they just printed. We were
I
talking
heard
about it
he's
the other
alright.
day, right? Like green purple Luffy is a deck of almost all rares and higher.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like almost everything is a rare. I think the only thing that's not a rare is Usohachi from the starter deck.
It's everything is a rare from EBO2, and then everything else is from the starter deck.
Yeah, everything else is from the starter deck, and even then, those cards in the starter deck are rares and higher.
Except Giant.
Yeah.
Giant might as well be in the starter deck.
You know what? It might be.
It might be.
Well, we're not living in a world where it was, because that card stock is, isn't it?
I mean, it's all right.
I think
it's like
card.
$1.
is it really?
I think so.
It would be one
that's
of
a
those
lot of
cards. Like,
pennies.
look at Jet Gatling, right? Like Jet Gatling, like overnight became like a $10 card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think if Giant sticks around, it doesn't get banned. Eventually, we're gonna run out of 09 product.
Yes.
And then we're gonna get to the the apex where everybody's a purple Straw Hat leader. We all are running purple something, and they happen to be a Straw Hat. So now everybody's running Giant. So then Giant prices like go up.
Yeah. And I can definitely see it happening that way. But
Or they could make which Luffy doesn't have a yellow Luffy?
We have a yellow Luffy.
black
Yellow Luffy.
No. Mono yellow.
Mono yellow Luffy?
Mono yellow.
Technically, there isn't a mono-colored Luffy in every color. Or, I'm sorry, mono-colored Luffy.
Yeah.
There isn't a
Yellow.
Yes, that is the only color that doesn't have mono.
A
Luffy.
mono.
Yeah, that's
Luffy?
what's missing right now. Let's do a mono yellow Luffy.
Luffy.
You trigger out a Straw Hat. Turn after
There
turn.
There isn't a mono green Luffy, is there? Huh?
Nah.
So just a couple.
You're right. Yeah, mono green.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a mono red. That was the first one.
Mm-hmm.
There's a mono blue. That was the one that we got from sealed battles.
Yeah.
The first sealed battle.
Yeah.
There's a mono black one from the starter deck.
Two
of them.
There's 2 mono black.
That's right.
Oh, you're right.
There's
the
right.
One
There
from,
are.
like
the very first
the one paired with the Yamato leader.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, on release.
Obviously, mono purple Luffy, which we just saw.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have a mono yellow. We don't have a mono green.
Yeah. I forgot about it would probably be a Land of Wano Luffy.
For green.
Right? To kind of share the same idea of there's an Odin and there's on the green you have a Luffy too.
I wouldn't hate it.
It could be
being that.
It would either be that or it'd be like Saba Odi Luffy
Mm-hmm.
for like supernovas.
Yes. Yeah. I was thinking for yellow probably.
It would probably be Egghead. I would think.
You would think?
I would think it'd be like a Gear 5.
I do think it would be Gear 5. But it'd be a weird Gear 5, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, another game. Bonnie versus Shanks.
Ooh. And underway here, pretty far actually into it. 2, 4.
Yeah, we're still in round 1. We're just probably going through.
Looks like they're cleaning up. Yeah, the Shanks is face down.
Yeah.
And he just left. All right.
Yeah.
Nothing to figure
Shanks
out
is
there.
doing what he does best. He shows up for briefly and then he leaves. And we'll see him in the next arc. It's all right, Mark.
It's all right.
We appreciate the attempt. It's hard jumping in when you're doing online tournaments. So it's hard to just randomly jump into other games, especially when you don't have
and kind of
a
gauge
scout going around.
Yeah, it
in
is
that
kinda
case,
difficult.
right? You saw it. It looks like something was happening.
But it just wasn't.
Yeah, sorry, Chad. I'm doing this all by myself right now.
Our eyes are
we're making it
everywhere.
work.
Naturally, we're just gonna see sometimes too much at once. What can you do
True.
when you're cursed with knowledge?
Welcome back, gamers.
Mm-hmm.
We're here going into round 2. What are your guys' anticipations here?
Dude, I was blown away thinking, again, Ploofy went first, but couldn't get there against the Lim going second.
Yeah.
Then going forward, we saw a 4-life leader be represented so early, so I'd be down to see another one. As mentioned before, Reiju, Marco, even your red-purple Luffy's, I suppose.
3.
See any of those coming up in round 2 would be pretty cool.
Yeah, multicolor leaders are always the more interesting to see, just because they have 2 times the card pool, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like we saw at Lim, we saw some new innovation, the Electrical Luna. So I'm wanting to see maybe some more staples of the format, though. Maybe a Teach, maybe even something like off the wall, but as one in this last format, like something like a Nami.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, maybe some one of your favorites, the yellow Captain Kidd.
Yeah, Yellow Kid.
Yeah.
We briefly caught a green Bonnie and a red Shanks at the
Briefly.
very end of their game, but
We know they're out there.
seeing them in a full game of either of those two, I think would also be nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that being slightly cool. I don't know about Shanks and Bonnie.
I mean, not specifically that matchup, because I think that matchup is very one-sided.
Yeah.
But Bonnie is my personal favorite deck. So I'd like to see Bonnie played anytime, as long as it's not against Shanks or Lucci.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously I think Shanks is a staple red deck of the format. He I'm really interested more to see how he persists after this particular format where he feels really strong. But it's always nice seeing different variations of Shanks, because I think the deck's really evolved a lot from where it started.
For sure, starting with your classic Uda searchers, and then leaning into a thought of, maybe we don't use any searchers, or maybe we go Nami Straw Hat searcher route. and we build our deck around that kind of style. And so that's what we've got going on now with Shanks, right? But moving into the future, we're starting to see some Shanks players, myself even, like kind of shift styles of the deck, and swallowing a pill, if you will. So maybe going from a more speed rush aggro route into a control route, utilizing cards like the building snake again into your lists, and starting to include the stage, the red force, to just reduce some significant math, minus 1k just by tapping that stage to a Sanji pudding that we're going to see in the next format, reducing that from a 7 to a 6, and then that turns your Silver's Rayleighs and your Ben Beckmans live.
Yeah.
Off the jump. And I mean, that's the best you can really do against that deck, versus just like playing down a Luffy. Yeah, it gets residual value turn after turn, but I mean, in a mid-range kind of that, you could have the opposing side attack into your rush Luffy, and then it may not live another turn. But getting that guaranteed pop against the Sanji pudding against leaders like of course, the grape, the green purple Luffy. Is pretty significant with that red force, just turning all of those pop effects into play live.
Yeah. It's really interesting because red force specifically just makes to where a lot of things kind of work. A lot of your pop effects start to work on curve, because usually removal effects in the game are like a 4 doesn't get rid of a 4, usually gets rid of something lower than a 4. Like Beckman, right, gets rid of a 6k even though he's a 7k body. But if you have red force, now a Beckman can answer a Beckman. And so I think it extends the value of your removal, and I think that's very crucial going into next format, where if you have the Sanji pudding specifically, that if it stays on board and if your opponent finds multiples of it, it starts to accrue so much value. So much Dawn efficiency.
Yeah, it's like they didn't do anything their turn. They just have all their Dawn back, and they're just laughing at you.
They play something, they minus 2 Dawn, and then they're like, okay, now I have 4 more Dawn, right? If I have 2 Sanji puddings.
Yeah.
And it's like
a high roll of multiple pudding Sanjis is just, it's chaos. It's stupid powerful. Really is. So having a card like Red Force to adjust the math there in your favor to pop those characters as many as you can, and hope you do catch them without having that second copy of Sanji pudding, and so that's very valuable if you're able to like keep them there. Like they don't see another. In fairness, their deck is just very consistent. So they don't see another Nami search. They don't see another stage to draw. Right. Very significant. And I think we're here at our next set of leaders. Doflamingo, there he is.
Versus a Limb?
Of course, yeah. We have Captain Kuru on the left, another Eric on the right. And, what a matchup we have before us today. Let's see.
Yeah.
Looks like...
Speak on this matchup, Franklin. How do you feel about... these two decks into each other?
It's very grindy if I'm the Doflamingo. Like, obviously, I want to find a moment where I can get a good clear of board with cards like Gravity Blade if I pack a couple of copies. But the taller bodies can be annoying to swing into, so I really want to see my 6Ks in this matchup, because then that's less done. I have to pack onto them in order to swing and contest the board. Or you can try and pivot and just rush them down, because you're very good at that as Doflamingo if you can catch them like that. But yeah, we'll have to see. One of the big ones here is that we didn't start with a teach for the Doflamingo to set the rest of our game up. Rather, there's a number of things like that Edward Newgate, for example, to pop the teach and make it hard for Doflamingo. So it can go either way, of course. I believe the Doflamingo went second, so that's very significant against the Limb. The Limb, to her credit right now, she started with her 1-drop Limb, so that's very good going forward as well, not only having the first curve, of course. So the Limb wants to get as many of those 6K stat lines, all of them. So that's where their deck mostly is.
Yeah, and then obviously I don't think either of these players really got like their optimal like things they want to play first. We got the Newgate on the limb side, which you probably want to like set up a Sabo or
it would have been
Doflamingo.
great, right? Only against that opening teach play, because then it would tap and knock it out.
Yes,
exactly. That's probably what we saw. Like we obviously didn't see mulligans.
Otherwise, I agree.
That's why we had it in our opening hand.
It only took out the buggy in this sense. So something else like a Nell to draw and filter your hand out, maybe, or that Sabo to just get value turn after turn, because early on there's not much that Doflamingo can do to remove it. We're going to take that first life as Doflamingo.
Yeah, and then we're going to Dawn up and swing 9.
Yep. Yeah, going to let that go. That's too many cards to give up for a 5K stat line. It's again like on the Doflamingo side, not starting with a teach, not starting with an optimal like a 6K body. And we're going to use it again to,
swing at life? Yeah.
Yep, we're going to do another 9. Nope, 10.
Swing.
And we're going to take that, of course, as Doflamingo. And now this is really tough. We're going to restand Newgate.
Didn't really matter which one restood. They have the same stat line, and they're both on plays, but just choosing the one we like the most.
This is really tough now, because I think we're at 8. Again, without a teach, there's not a ton that you can do to contest this board here. Like, I guess you could get a gravity blade and bottom deck these 2 standing units, but then you're down to just 1 Dawn after that and swinging 6 at face, and they haven't taken a single life. That doesn't feel great. So we're going to start with a 5 here to just kind of suss out their hand of looks like 3 cards, and they're just going to take the first life, because that feels good.
We're at 4.
Oh, we're tapping all. Okay. So we're at 6.
Jozu?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and just bounce the Newgate back to hand. It can't really revenge this Jozu, so that's fine.
No, the Jozu is out of range for it to KO. But we did give our opponent back a 1K in hand, and their hand is looking a little light because we haven't found any of our draw cards as the limb player, so that doesn't feel the best. What would really hurt here is if Lim, because now she's on 9 Dawn.
Yeah.
So it would really hurt if Lim did like Sakazuki, then use leader ability to play out another 5-drop, and then they'll establish 4 bodies on board, and we'll lose our Jozu. But it looks like by the way our Lim player is like managing their Dawn, that might not be the case. So Jozu might be safe.
Maybe we'll just establish 1 to 2 bodies and just concentrate swinging at face. I really like the Sakazuki route if you can do it, because that is, as you mentioned, establishing 2 bodies. Maybe one of them being a blocker Doflamingo, or just a second solid body. Sabo would probably be really good, right?
Yes, or Sabo or a Nell, right? Something to help fix our hand.
Yeah, exactly. I'm fanning out this Dawn here, just making us think of the multiverse of potential actions here.
Yeah, 9 Dawn is a lot, but you do have to remember that the Lim deck.
Oh, there it is, a strong 8 swing. We're going hard for face, taking that life.
Dopamine is just taking.
That's
everything.
very dangerous. Oh, 9. What do you say to a second 9? Now we have to pitch cards. We're going to see some crocodiles. Oh, we're going to take that life. Oh, no, man.
What is going on?
That's very dangerous here. Leader skill, ramping 1, playing down. Is that? Okay, it's going to be a Sabo. Okay. Ooh, but the pressure is, and we're going to restand. 0 life as Doflamingo up against the wall.
What do you do here?
We really need to set up a blocker, right? Like that's one of our.
If you don't have a 4-drop boa by now, man, then
then we're in rough straits for sure.
Maybe you pack the 1-drop law, but you're up against the wall. There's not much more to say here.
I'm kind of curious why we gave up so much life so easily.
I mean, he has a book in his hand at this point, so like
he does, but it makes me like
Captain
worry
Crew is very confident.
Captain
He's
Crew
very confident, and we're going straight in with the 8 swing,
Okay.
Wonder what this
we
is
got to be
going at.
controlling the board. We got to be going after that Mihawk. There's not any Dawn active. We're just going to have to give up cards from hand to save it. A 2 and a 1.
Is that worth it, though? I guess so.
In the vein of, like, if he doesn't block her up, I have as many bodies as possible to go for game.
That's
maybe.
fair.
Of course, Boa is a 1 blocker. Oh, there's a teach.
There's teach.
Oh, yeah, we're going to do the teach thing. So ability to rest the Dawn.
Yeah, now we're going 9.
Probably 9 at Mihawk.
Probably.
And there's a draw. No blocker yet.
Yeah, we got 2 Dawn left over. You have to imagine it's for at least one drop blocker, right?
Yeah, I would imagine it'd be 2 at that point.
Yeah, I mean, at least one just to be like, okay, we're safe. But the second one would kind of solidify it. It would make it really hard for the limb to like rest things and try to go for
2
game.
2s.
Saved it, yeah.
Yeah,
As
as we're
one.
getting rid of the.
Yep.
Okay, yep, both of them.
Nice. Packing 2 1-drop blockers.
And we're perfectly okay with that, throwing both those down as Dofi because we saw our opponent give up the 2K ace, right?
Yeah.
One of Lim's things that she can use to rest the blockers.
If he has something that rests, like an Usahachi maybe, or something, maybe.
Maybe, but I feel like at that point,
He
we have to hope that our opponent has like a really dead hand.
Karu,
If
yeah.
we're gonna dedicate, 3 of our 10 Dawn to an Usahachi, and then we'd still only be dealing with half of the problem, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I think if we can develop more board here as the limb, she's still in a very solid position, just going for face. All right, there's the first swing to just tap the body.
Yep.
We can draw another card if we go a simple.
So we're using leader ability.
Oh, okay, and we're gonna
Oh,
one of these.
that
Lost.
works.
Okay, no, that's good, right? We're gonna tap and kill one of the
Yeah, that
the
works.
1-drop law blockers. Only 1 left, and now maybe a simple 7, 1 on the Sabo. Just swing 7 and see what happens, and drawing a card.
Yeah, 7 telling our opponent to give us at least 2 cards out of the 8, 9 that he has in hand.
So he's mathing
3
it here. He
3
goes-
left to bring down a body.
Well, we already
Well, we
used
have
our
a
leader
Dawn.
ability.
That's fair. Yeah, we
Yeah.
already did that. So a Dawn left. 1 on the Sabo for 7. Oh, it's 6? Oh, no. Okay. Big boy. 1, 2,
That's
11.
I mean, I guess.
And
we
yeah,
just
we'll draw for.
his
Okay.
block here, right?
Yeah, 1,000%. You just take that block. And then you have 2 up. 6, 7.
You could go 6, 7. That's probably your best play.
He's going 7. And leaving 1 up.
Yeah, maybe swinging 5 and then just leaving 1 up. Maybe we
Yep,
have like
giving up
the
the
blast
buggy and the
breath.
Corona. He still has leader swing. And then just leaving 1 up for.
This was such an odd line to take. I feel like we
Yeah.
could have.
Now we're going for the 6, so no Dawn left standing, giving up the 2K Mihawk for the Doflamingo. And that's it. So we're going to, pass the turn, end of turn, restand the Sabo.
Yeah, and after all that, we only have 2 cards in hand. We're not going to be able to save our board.
I think at that point, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, Lim still has 3 life. If you go for board, you're swinging at 3 characters.
Mm-hmm.
You
And
still have 1
only have
character
3
and 1
swings?
leader to contest with if you take out the resting bodies.
That's fair.
So one of those, if you're Doflamingo, one of your plays has to be a blocker this turn, at the very least, because you're gonna, even if you go for board, you leave up the standing Sabo, and the leader can swing, of course, right? If you at best take out the other 3 characters,
It would have to be Gravity Blade, swing into a character,
1-drop law.
and hope the limb doesn't see another like Newgate or a rest effect.
Because with your
we
play,
have to
at least
establish
you
a
can get the
blocker.
added Dawn from the teach, right? And so with your play, that would actually like do something. What? This is 7 to lead.
Yeah.
We're just gonna take that freely.
And what are you?
Oh wait,
is
wait,
he
wait.
gonna?
Are
Is
we
he
playing
gonna?
Rush Usopp?
Oh my gosh.
Imagine.
1 Dawn, another 7 to see how he likes it. That's risky.
Oh my gosh.
We could also swing with the teach, right?
You could.
You
swing with
could.
the teach.
7 is coming down.
But then I guess it becomes weird, right? Like.
I mean, I think
This
our
is a
opponent
weird
has
line of
to-
play.
Lim has to block this one.
Yeah, I think you have to counter it
You go.
if you can.
He gonna take it.
Oh no.
There's 4 cards in hand.
He's gonna take it.
Oh.
Oh.
No, we're looking.
He's like, should I? What if he has Rush Usopp?
Just give him the 2 and a 1, man.
You got to do it. You have
I
to
don't know.
respect the random options that your opponent could be running. Rush Usopp is a thing that I've seen at least one
Oh
low.
He's
my
taking.
gosh.
He's
Well,
taking it. He's taking it. Okay.
If we die to Rush Usopp,
I'm going to.
6. No, 7. All right.
I
give him
don't
the
think
2 and
that's
1.
enough.
Is he going 7?
Yeah, at life.
He's
yeah,
definitely going
1000%.
7 at life. I'm
2
guessing we didn't
and
have
a-
a blocker in hand.
Oh, 2. What?
2-1-1.
He definitely overcountered, but it's
Unless he's. I think.
No, I think that's a scoop.
Yeah, that was a scoop,
Yeah, that's a scoop.
right? He showed his
Yeah,
hand.
yeah.
his
Captain
hand,
Crew
that's
showed
a
his hand. There was no other play besides going that bigger number, and then he
Yeah,
doesn't have the
yeah,
rush
he's
Usopp, so there was nothing else that
yeah.
could have happened. So he's just gonna scoop it up to the limb. I mean, that was a close one. Could you have imagined if there was a rush Usopp?
Oh my gosh! Not that.
That was the
Usopp.
solution. Well, that's unfortunate for the Doflamingo, but I mean that can happen. It's,
It could.
as we mentioned, there's a lot of things in there, especially if the limb packed a freaking electrical Luna.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
know?
that's honestly that's such a good tech that I've never thought of in that deck.
No, I never thought Electrical Luna, and honestly, they're also like putting in more like tech 2Ks. Like that's the second limb in a row that we've seen run Scratch Man of Pooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I also
Which
find
makes
weird.
sense. No, in this meta, I think it makes sense because now we saw with the Dofi, they're running the 1-drop blocker. I've seen Purple Luffy lists run 2-drop Nico Robin. If you're expecting to run into Reiju, they're running 2-drop Tony Chopper.
Yeah.
There's a lot of 2-drop or less blockers that people are playing right now, and I think just having like 1 Dawn that taps that, and then at worst it's a 2K in your hand is
That's
really
some good utility.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other chump blockers include, conditional blocker, but in
Oh,
Reiju,
yeah.
Cosette.
Cosette and Reiju, Scratch Man of Pooh, and
Yep.
Supernova yellow decks, right? And then Bonnie, Rosinante, Killer. So
Got your random Marcos, their Duvals, 2-drop
True.
Duvals.
in Newgate, who's seeing like somewhat of a mini resurgence, 1-drop Tony Chopper.
That's right.
Yep.
Tony Chop guy. Wonder if we'll see any of them. We have seen them
Possible.
place in some reason. I think it was a Treasure Cup Newgate got there, which is pretty neat.
Yeah, he won a Treasure Cup, and I think he got second at a regional
Nuts.
recently, right?
Yes. Who?
2 seconds.
I want to say he was the runner-up at one of the last regionals.
He was.
Newgate Treasure
Yes.
Cup piloted by Jonathan Chow at the
Yes.
core TCG.
Yes.
Treasure Cup.
Was that a runner-up or is that a win?
I was runner-up.
Yeah,
That was
okay.
second place.
That was the one I was thinking of then.
Second place. And, I mean, it's pretty much closely to what we've seen from Newgate. They're going the Nami Straw Hat route, right, with the 4 Tony Choppers piloted here in this particular list. Of course, running the ST21 Luffy, the ST21 sample of
Yeah,
Zoro.
the Dallas regional.
Yes. Yes. Was it One Piece Day? Was it? Or was it
One Piece
another?
Day?
Or was it another Dallas regional?
There's definitely another Dallas regional after One Piece Day, right? I feel like it wasn't One Piece Day because that was super early. I feel like it was one of the late. I think it was the later regional.
Very possible. But yeah,
I think Newgate's like, I think he's a good tech into the format depending on what you think you're gonna run into.
Yeah, because if you run into any Bonnie, you're sad.
Yeah, if you run
Yes.
into any green, then it's gonna be really rough.
Yeah, it's really bad.
But
those matchups against green.
if you're expecting people not to show up with green, I think it's going to be a good day for you. But I do think he kind of falls off next set, particularly because green purple Luffy.
Oh,
We got another game.
Ooh, Kid
and Rob Lucci.
still kicking despite everything that's happened to it.
Yeah, at some point you have to ask, maybe it's not the cards, maybe it's the leader.
Maybe the leader has just always been broken. Yeah, and as I've kind of surmised it, it's like, Lucci got its knees kicked in. Things are not looking great, in the vein of the bans and A-Drop Moria being the number one, that it lost. But in addition to, Ice Age, like Lucci got its knees kicked in and has had to fight for survival. And it's now arguably more dangerous because it's in desperation mode.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's just going at you with everything it's got left, which is all still broken cards from the mono black side, like the Navy package there. You got the Hina on the board, the Lucci there to its right.
Yeah,
crazy cards.
Now it's like the
with your leader
culmination
skill.
of every like you were saying, Hina, Lucci, Rebecca, Spandine. It's now this like amalgamation of all the like good strategies that people looked at before. But now since they have so limited options, they're just like, yeah, well, this is the best you have. Like we're playing 2K
going all in.
Khalifa.
We're playing
Again, she hasn't been
2-drop
played in a while.
Uta finally, like an almost nearly non-contestable point now. It's just like, we don't have stage anymore. Dig up those starter decks.
Yeah, what if we had stage at home? And it was a child that your opponent couldn't swing into.
Yeah, man.
And
cry.
Uta can sometimes go for game. That's the craziest part about Uta. Is that she's just like Teach, right? She's a 3K body.
No,
Yes,
she has a
it's
3K
a
body.
2-3,
She
yep.
can't be revenge KO'd easily by searchers is what I've always remembered about her. And this is kind of wild. As we must have seen earlier that the Eustace kid successfully got some burn effect life off of the Lucci there, because we're already down to one. And unless we got really lucky with some early swings.
Oh no, it definitely
duds.
it definitely has to be, because there is the kid on board. I think when we first joined, there was a kid going into the trash, so it only makes sense that there was probably
Good
two
amount of
kids.
burn. Yeah.
And the fact that there
it is. We're gonna see.
Yeah,
the
you
Nami.
show that top life there, and then you see a Nami, yep, go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and trash one of your characters.
There goes the Lucci. 1-2.
Yeah, and then we're at the perfect hand size for that too, right? So we were at 3 cards in hand, so we're able to draw a card off the Nami effect.
Oof. There's Sanuta. Lost there, reducing the kid by 1. Taking that. Debating if we're gonna trigger it. Do you think it's a Basil Hawkins or something? We already saw it.
Checking our hand, we don't know what that card is, but if we're checking our hand, then it's either Basil, Punk Rotten, or it's something like a Satori.
Right, because if it was a Nami, you wouldn't.
If it's a Nami, you probably wouldn't do it. You'd probably save it for next turn to play like
9 on
if he
left. I
plays like
guess
a
you could be
Rebecca.
worried about a 9-drop Kaido perhaps, and we're tapping all 9. There it is. Gonna discard 1 card from hand, activate main, and also go ahead and force the opponent to draw a card, and also remove the 7 or less.
Yeah, so the kid is trash, and then our opponent has to discard a card.
Yep, that's right. I think he started with a 5 or a 4 hand. 1 life left in hand, and now we've established a tall body and a mid body, of course.
Pitching
Pitching the law is, yeah. It's kind of telling that we have something else in hand, right?
If that was the
Some
best
other
option
way
for
to
us to
heal.
pitch, yeah. but that doesn't leave us in any like particularly aggressive spot.
Okay, if I was gonna say if he had another kid in hand, he just 100% slams it down and just
then
swings.
Tries to swing 7.
Yeah.
It depends on what our opponent has in hand, right? Does he have 3 cards?
It looks like 2.
It's hard to tell with the mono
3
sleeves. 3.
As Alex said,
it's potential that he doesn't have enough for the 7. It's just risky. Because if you do that and you miss, you're 100% dead. Unless that last life is like 0 cost.
Which, it's possible.
It could be. But I also don't hate the play because like we would establish a blocker.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And then at that point, then your opponent the Lucci player needs to reduce the blocker to KO it, and then they're spending more Dawn on KOing the body than actually swinging.
Actively swinging at you. That's why I also kind of would have wanted to keep the law in hand. Because like
secure another life.
Yeah, especially because I don't think ace gets you there. Specifically because if we ace and we don't have 2 good triggers in life, I don't think it's gonna matter.
I agree. Yeah.
Especially because we can't make ace a blocker and we can't make Luffy a blocker because we need to use our leader ability on a 3 or more supernova.
I don't know if he has any of those options. I mean, pitching away that law, it doesn't seem like he has another law, right? Oh,
no.
We're using the time stone, right? We're looking through all the possible futures. We're trying to figure out.
He's putting 8 aside. Is it?
What the best move
never
is.
mind. He's really thinking about it. No, he's going back to it. Here it comes.
I'm crazy.
All right, we're asking for
Rebecca.
Pretty,
swing 7. Dead.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking too, like, it was a combination, right? It could have been a combination of burning life and getting Lucci's hand with no counter in it, and just forcing them to take early swings as weak as numbers like 6 and 5s, right? But sometimes they just have nothing. They have no counter in hand, and you can get there against Lucci, just these weak little swings.
Yeah.
And they just their hand is like all Hina. Like all Hina, Kaido, like all these things with no counter. Of course, you play things like Haku, and but sometimes you don't see them. You don't see the 2Ks.
But that's my issue with Lucci, because sometimes you just brick like that, and you're just like, I need counter, and you just don't see it. Because
you really rely on the broken math to pop other things, right? And fall back on it. Well, if I'm not getting swung into because I'm doing my job, it doesn't matter if I have counter in hand. And sometimes you're just left with nothing in hand. Like, it's just, like all bricks. So on the defense, and that was a pretty close game between them too, right? And you could see like Lucci almost, pull the advantage out, dropping that 9 cost Kaido. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was definitely the best play for the Lucci there too, and honestly, it did a lot of. It put our opponent in a position where they kind of had to go for it, and I think that's where you want to be most of the time. Is like you got to put them on having to have it, because if we did do that play and we happen to have right a 2K 1K, we get out of a 7, then our turn is better off, or we force the kid to start playing back on defense,
right?
And he doesn't try to go for game. And if he doesn't try to go for game, then we have like that's why he kept the finger pistol in hand, right?
Yeah.
Gets rid of a blocker. He also had Laboon and Tashigi, so he was ready to go for like, I'm gonna clear your blocker that you play, and then swing at you with my 3 bodies. You have 1 life, and we just hope that life doesn't
get you there.
Yeah, that life doesn't trigger something that like completely changes the game. Which we saw it was Robin. And I don't think we had any 3 cost bodies to play off Robin.
Yeah, that's what you and I were trying to look at before the stream the screen switched off. But I think he didn't have any smaller bodies or anything like that. Or
no,
blockers,
he didn't have any. It didn't look like he had any small bodies or any supernovas. So that's why he eventually opted to play the kid, which was his best route. Like, even if he couldn't have, like,
and man, there's
won
3
the game
cards in
off
hand.
that.
They could have been counterless. You
Yeah,
know, that's your way
that's
to
true.
victory. You know, trash the life. That's a card you're not getting. And then 7 Hail Mary. Send it.
Part of me even thought, like, what if you just swing 7? If it goes through, you're just like, I'm going to go 10 with my Luffy.
I mean,
It's the same. If it's technically the same logic, if you really think about it. It's just you're guaranteed to lose.
That's it. You're that's it. Like you're
the
guaranteed to
difference
lose
is
on
you
the
just
clapback.
lose the game.
If the Lucci had the counter, you're guaranteed to lose 100%.
I mean, even with Lucci's hand, I think we were guaranteed to lose no matter what. Well, let me not say that, because if
It would have needed to be a 7 swing. That's it. It couldn't have been a 6 because then they had 2 1s in hand. So it had to be a 7 at minimum.
yeah, I understand
With 3 cards in hand.
the logic.
That could be bricks.
It's just like if they do get out of that 7K swing,
Yeah.
like what are we doing with the rest of our 8th on? Like I guess we're still playing the kid.
You could still play the kid. I did notice this. He did have the law in hand as well. So
No,
he
did
could have
a
played
lot.
the
He
law.
just didn't have a target. Oh, I guess
The kid.
he had a kid.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So you still have a target, but then
Go up to 2 life, you establish a blocker, your opponent has 1 card left in hand.
So it's just like maybe. It just really depended on what was going to happen.
True.
For sure. If you just but yeah, just I don't know, the desperate 7 swing and making them take that last life because their hand was what we saw. Pretty thin, risky line, but you could have done it and then just slammed all the rest of the Don on the Luffy and just said, all right,
Just
there's no way.
Do I got it?
In 3 cards, there's no way you can. Yeah, that would be 10. Yeah,
It's also just notable, like, we came in at the game on, like, the last turn, right? So
Close
as
to-
the
yeah.
kid
Yeah.
player, or close to the last turn, but as the kid player, you're probably thinking about, okay, how many times has my opponent actually cycled? How many times has he drawn and discarded cards? Has he played any Khalifas? Has he been able to fix his hand? Because then that level of knowledge throughout the game helps you decide, like, decisions better, right? Like, if I see that my opponent hasn't, like, Saboed, or they haven't Khalifa'd, or they haven't Rebecca'd a bunch of times, I know that they don't have a ton of 2Ks. So then I'm more likely to go for that 7K swing and feel good about it, rather than if they're just like, yeah, for 3 turns in a row, they just, like, played Sabo, drew 2, and
Yeah. But
fixed 2.
yeah, but I guess we're gonna go ahead and take a small little break here, and then we're gonna come back with round 3.
And we're back, everybody, going into round number 3 here. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for spending your Saturday morning and early afternoon with us as we're going in. As we were just gabbing about a second ago, we are 3. That's right. Tres, trois. And we saw 2 limbs so far. Not a single Shanks, not a single Teach yet, which were some of the more widely represented decks, topping regionals, topping your treasure cups, etc. We did see a Doflamingo, though, which was pretty good for me. Not, unfortunately, able to take it all the way for our feathered brethren, but maybe, another one will have some luck. But yeah, what are some other decks that we're hoping to see here moving into round number 3?
I mean, I was super excited at the fact that we went ahead and saw a kid.
Yeah. Win with kid.
A win with kid.
That's true.
Just the tail end, but still really good. So I'm hoping we see maybe another one, see a full match, or maybe red purple Luffy, a purple Luffy that could win. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen like too many Shanks.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But
if you'd have to give the a star for the most popular deck, right, that would probably be Shanks. You'd give that to Shanks, and then probably runner up to that same category would be Teach, just because Teach is pretty inexpensive to build.
Yeah.
If you're confident in your matchups, it could be a deck that's widely represented, and it has been, because Shanks has had to develop their lists, and this is another good point to our former point, which was how decks transition. So, Shanks has gone through a number of variations, and still, right, depending on what you want to do with him, because you can make one that's more geared towards Teach, which is just more aggro heavy, more straw hat, low to the ground. We've seen other players top and win with very unusual Shanks lists versus going red-haired pirates, going straight straw hat pirate and utilizing those rush Luffys and those Sanjis, both the 2-drop and the 3-drop, right? And really put some pressure with low bodies into the Teach. And that's one Shanks variant that's had some success versus just your traditional red hair. So that's pretty cool to see from the beginning to the end of OP10. Right? Yeah, it's pretty good. So yeah, maybe seeing what kind of variation of Shanks we land on here today at Versus.
Yeah. I think we're going to see one of our other Versus local coming up in this next round.
Is that right?
I think so. I heard it through the transponder snail. I'm just not fully certain.
Okay.
Do
we know what they're on?
There's the transponder snail.
Big boy.
I do know what he's on, and it's kind of spice.
Okay.
Kind of spice.
All
right. There may be.
Can you give us a color clue?
There may be a need for a doctor.
Oh. Okay.
So
I see you. I think I'm putting. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Not,
maybe a little bit of.
I don't like it.
I
asked for a color clue.
It makes sense. It's kind of kind of spring season. The cherry blossoms are in bloom.
Is that another clue?
Is that another? What are you?
It's.
Is this a bit? Are you purposely being obtuse? I can't tell because of the glasses.
That's the idea.
Oh,
They're working.
okay.
Well, he's you can feel a little green against him. But most of the time you would be red in the face.
I don't like you right now.
Oh, hold on. Remember when last night we were trying to debate on where to go, and I was just like, "Hey, man, just shut up and come with us."
Okay, now I get it.
Now
do you?
Do you
sure?
get it? Are you sure?
I don't like you guys right now. I'm not talking to you for the rest of the day.
All right, dude. It's fine. It's fine.
Just answer a direct question.
We already established I don't do that.
Anyways.
Master of riddles. Xanderan.
Ooh.
We're here.
Oh, man.
Prodigal and Don
I'm having
Chisel.
some flashbacks. Some store championships of old now, as I'm looking at it. This was my matchup as the side on the left, and I am scared for them.
It's
We have Don Chisel.
Don Chisel.
And Prodigal. Our versus regulars on the right.
Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach, known for his want of strong devil fruits, going up against known non-devil fruit user, Roranor Zoro. And it's kind of
taking
it's kind
the
of
second
thematic
curve.
how good Zoro is into Teach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just because of that fact. It's just the raw strength, the raw aggression. There's no tricks. There's no special abilities that you can negate.
There's a slight trick. I mean,
There's a trick, I guess, quote unquote. But
there's very few on plays. You're right from the Zoro side. Zoro's just pounding you down with its mid-range units, and you're just not able to just keep up as Teach because you're one of your best answers in the form of the event Liberation. You only play a couple of copies, and you hope to see them when you need them, but. This match is very one-sided, and I'm gonna need to see a doctor soon about this matchup because I'm having some flashbacks. Ooh.
Starting off with stage, so it looks like Prodigal maybe won the die roll.
Right. I would assume Prodigal would want to go second.
Yeah, because putting Teach on the odd curve is just better in case you do go to the late game.
You get an extra card out of you don't really care you're still going to assemble a force of bodies. So
yes.
There you go. Putting down a 2-drop. So a good response on 4 would be or 3 is that newer card to pop a 4K or less, right? Name is escaping me, but you didn't hit it. So fine.
Shiryu.
Shiryu.
Shiryu, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The three drop.
Oh, there's a liberation that's just taken. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, that one's a 4-drop.
Yeah, it's a 4-drop that KOs it.
The 2K.
Oh, so not even an
2K
option.
is a 3-drop.
Not even an option.
That guy
then.
just draws 2 trashes. Or trashes 2, then draws 2.
I think we're just gonna take this 7.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're okay with taking the first few swings, right?
I didn't see what he searched for this turn.
The Blackbeard?
Yeah.
No, you got the liberation.
Liberation. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Also very good.
I mean, you definitely would like a copy or 2 in this matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come in handy.
Ooh, simple 5 at life.
Take.
Oh. There's the good old lottery.
There is the trigger
5
build.
million berries. 500 million, yeah.
All right, we're playing down Chopper here. Which animal are we going to get?
Yeah. No sense in shutting off this early on play.
Was it Blocker Chopper?
Blocker Chopper it is from EBO1.
And then we're just going to pass back. We have a bunch of cards in hand. We're keeping our 1 Don up.
Yeah.
Threatening the shut up and come with us.
Yeah, dude, just shut up.
Just shut up and come with us.
All right, so we're going to pitch the stage.
Yeah, just trying to keep our trash a little bit organized so that way we can easily count the Burgesses later.
On 5 here, you would, usual decks, right, would just put out 1 body, and then you just be like, all right, well, I can just finger pistol this, right, and typically take it out. In this case, that's another layer to this matchup being so poor for the Teach, is that Zoro's going to have multiple bodies. So you have 2 things you'd probably think about finger pistoling, and you probably choose the active Chopper here. But it's just another layer to make this complicated.
Yeah, we're tapping 5. Okay, just playing out the Kuzan and then passing.
Yeah, a very flexible card, the Kuzan. It could turn into anything.
Yeah, any of your other Blackbeard pirates that are 5 or less. And it's going to draw you a card, and he can't be removed by effects.
That's a big point here, which is why it's fine in a number of ways to just leave it without becoming another target. It can't be popped.
And then just swing with him next turn and then use the activate main.
Pretty good.
Here we see the Luffy.
Yep. Getting that rested Dawn onto the leader. Yep, that makes sense. So turning the Luffy into a 7 regardless. We're going to take that as Teach. Are we triggering a finger pistol?
Jeez,
another one.
So that's 3 we've already seen because he pitched.
You're right.
He pitched 1 off of the first search.
Yes.
Yep. And we're going to choose that. Yep.
That is
red Chopper.
That's
wow. I mean, this is great if you're a Teach player and you're just like, yeah. That's why we do it.
Swinging 5. Crazy. We're just choosing to go aggressive here because our opponent.
Ooh, pitching a 2.
The downfall of having triggers in both your life means that you didn't actually draw cards. So I think going 5 here with our blocker is perfectly fine.
Justified, yeah. Leaving up the 1 again and just going with a little 6. And especially since our opponent gave us a 2 for that 1K of counter. Yeah, that's kind of telling. Oh, using that 1 left for a Kareha, the Doctor.
Yeah, trying to look for a Tony Chopper here or a Drum Island card. What are we going to go
weighing the options here? Yep, there.
Okay, that's the 3-drop Chopper, the one that can play another animal from hand on play.
Cool. Ending off strong here. 3 bodies, and we've got about 6 cards in hand as Prodigal. And we'll see what this Kuzan becomes this turn. Whether that be a, I don't know, maybe a Van Augur plus Doc Q. Could be solid to try and get some removal.
The
liberation, tapping 6 to take out the 2 bodies there.
Makes perfect sense. And we didn't know that our opponent searched that. So playing that Kreia was a little bit risky. Because now our opponent's just going to probably go 5 at life. And then we're probably going to Kuzan effect and then go into the Burgess that we put to the top of our life pile, or our trash pile.
Goes to 3. That is very strong to also, to get that swing off with this Kuzan before becoming something else. I mean, as sneaky as a Kuzan becomes a Doc Q, right? You get the value of removing the Dr. Correja, even if you're going from a 5 cost to a 2 cost character, but you get that value and sticks.
It's still a 2 cost that your opponent has to respect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially in a deck like Zoro that's already so low to the ground.
Yeah, very low to the ground.
There's
right.
a bunch of things that we could do. We find another Van Augur.
We find another Liberation.
I think Prodigal now has to like play around this one, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, 6 at lead, putting some more pressure here, asking for a 2K. He might counter.
You probably counter.
Just thinking about it, I think I like it.
No.
Because, it's really scary to take those late game Jesus Burgess hits to the face,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Those are demanding 2 cards easily. And here we go. Doing a little transformation into a Jesus Burgess and counting of the trash here.
What was it, 7?
Looks like we have 8 in trash. Because it looks like what he's doing is...
Oh, I understand. Yes.
Yeah, those 2 on the side are the overflow before he gets to the next threshold of 4.
Yeah, I see.
And we're shutting off on plays.
Nice.
Which is fine. I don't know if Prodigal was really going for... I mean, it stops potentials for the 3-drop choppers, right?
Yeah, that's the biggest on play I think you could really ask for to kind of come back board-wise because it's just Dr. Correja. So shutting that off is very valid. And then let's see how many units Prodigal is able to establish to threaten for next turn. I mean, going back to Don Chisel, his Blackbeard is going to go up to 9 Don, so not quite time yet. Probably just going to try and go for face with the Jesus Burgess, establish another Jesus Burgess. But we do know the Liberation is in hand, right? So that's nice. Getting some utility out of Dr. Correja here.
So now she's swinging at 7.
I really like this. Just leaving those standing units to threaten Don Chisel is it's not good, right? Because in the clapback, the Blackbeard has Liberation. So let's get some swings, some damage done. Giving up 2 2Ks as the Blackbeard. And we're going to get the increase buff on the Jesus Burgess. Swinging 7 next.
Yeah, 7's good here. Let's see if we...
Another one?
Oh, no. We probably don't trigger this.
Maybe a triple?
It might be a negate one. Maybe... Nope.
No, it's finger pistol and debating.
We just had so many triggers
Of course, this means that Liberation is not currently active, but there's more Dawn to go.
Charging up the Jesus Burgess.
Yeah,
right?
That is technically the better play, right?
A Zoro coming down. Yep, 7.
7.
Oh, taking that last one. Yep. Very strong.
Yeah, now we're putting on Blackbeard on. You now need to find the defense.
Mm-hmm.
You need to show me the Vasco. You haven't been. I don't think Search went out yet. I don't even know how many Vasco this deck runs because it's the casino deck, right?
Yeah,
so
and
you see between 2 and 3.
I think most of them, even in every single build, I think it's just 2 Vascos.
Yeah.
I haven't really seen more than 2.
It's no. Yeah, I think very rarely I've ever seen a 4 count. Are we just starting with a 5 in the Machina?
5 in the Machina makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Very important here for Prodigal is that he did successfully get around the Liberation. Since there's not a 3rd character on board for him.
Technically, there would have been a 3rd character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if we chose not to trigger the finger pistol.
Very fair.
But I liked triggering the finger pistol. Even though you don't use the Liberation, it's not a big deal. You can play more blockers with this way. So you could see a Vasco. You could see what's this other character? Devon.
Yeah, Devon, if he's playing Devon, you can see that.
I think most casino builds play the Devon, if I'm not mistaken.
It'd be interesting.
Giving up a 2.
Oh,
wow. Okay.
Yeah, I
2 1 1 1.
Swung
Yeah.
at the Zoro.
Yep.
And we're defending our Zoro character.
Yes.
Yeah, to get out of 9, you had to give up a 2 1 1 1 1.
That would make sense.
Which, yeah. Because
right,
now
staging.
Teacher's going to have to swing into it again.
Giving up that Liberation. Unfortunate.
Or,
give up.
Use a removal piece for it.
Mm-hmm.
Digging
Which
for that
wouldn't be the
Vasco shot,
worst.
maybe? Set up some kind of blocky-walkie.
We 100% need a blocker here. If we don't have a blocker, there's no way we're getting out of a 15K swing. Especially not with, we've already gone through, what, 3 2Ks?
Unless.
It's good to note as well that the Zoro is down to, I think, 1 card in hand.
Yes. Unless Prodigal has
Jambe,
or I don't think they play it, but the 2-drop unblockable Sanji that gives your strong
The only
I feel
problem
you.
with that is that's a on play.
That's
Oh,
it.
you're right.
So-
Yeah.
That's it. So Jambe is the answer, of course.
Yeah.
This
it has to be Jambe.
Oh, 7 at the Sanji. Sorry, the Zoro likely.
Yep.
Yep, only 1 card in hand. Easy. Give up there.
I feel like we had the Jambe, though. We wouldn't have gone so hard on protecting the Zoro. Unless we're just trying to bait our opponent into forgetting about the Jambe.
Forcing more done. I get it. 5?
Is this maybe the Devon?
No,
No, it's Kuzan. And then 2 for Vasco shot.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the Kuzan.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Give up. Draw a card.
Do we have another?
What are we
Burgess
changing
to
into?
play? Maybe
Or
another
Vasco?
Van Auger.
Interesting.
I mean,
And then you got a pitch, right, still?
Mm-hmm. We have to turn off on plays just in case it is the Sanji in hand.
yeah, and then, if you have any follow-up Doc Hughes, that Van Auger together would be able to take out a couple of low-to-the-ground characters against Prodigal. So I feel this is the best that the Blackbeard could have done, really. We established a blocker. We got rid of most of the hand from Prodigal. And the only attacking body.
Yeah.
So this has kind of gone one way all of a sudden, hasn't it?
Prodigal should be at 10, right?
Yes, he
Yes.
should be a 10.
Okay, he's getting there.
Yeah. I think he may have asked a question or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a count of cards and trash.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is, can Teach get out of a 7? If he can't get out of a 7, and
3
he gives
cards
up
in
the block,
hand. Yeah.
can we just put the other
We go
8
all
Dawn
Makino.
on Makino and swing 9 with Makino?
Oh, you want to swing 9 with Makino?
Well, yeah, because you swing 7 with lead, right? He
I
either
think he's
gives
looking
you 2
for-
cards or he blocks, and then you swing 9 with Makino, and he has to give you the rest of
He
his
started
hand if
with
he has
6. Does he have a Luffy? Otherwise, I mean, I guess you just start. Yeah, it would be safest to start with 2 on the Zoro for a 7 swing. I think I
Correct.
agree. Is he gonna go 8?
Does he play Rush, Lucy?
That's what I was thinking too, right?
I mean, he
like
plays the
maybe
5-drop
it's
rush
essentially.
with the
Yeah,
starter
right?
one. I don't think he plays the.
Oh God, he's going
I think
for
we're
it.
doing this the wrong order.
Oh.
Yeah, I agree. 7 swing blocks it.
Because now we're gonna go 8. If he does have 2 2Ks. Oh no, that's
Oh.
it. Okay, it didn't matter either way.
Oh, 2
Yeah,
bricks.
he's had-
2
Yep.
bricks and a
2
2K.
bricks.
Is it a Kuzan, a 10-drop teach, and just the stronger?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he didn't have it either way. Okay, but that was a little bit riskier.
He did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, because if you
yeah.
had gone 7, you would have gone there regardless, right? The block would have been,
Mm-hmm.
accepted, and then you would have gone face with the rest and then gotten there. But I mean, that wasn't out, and he certainly took it to get there. Prodigal. GG's for the Zoro, taking it here in round number 3 against Teach. I mean, that was a much closer game than I anticipated for sure.
Yeah.
We had
I
a
mean-
lot of triggers.
What could I say about my PTSD in this match? Like, I just look at it and I just want to start crying because it's so hard. It's so hard if you don't get the pressure on it, a timely liberation, etc. It's really tough to stabilize for Teach there, and you saw he almost took it away against the Zoro, getting those smart hits where they could into the Zoro character there at the end to really pressure the hand. Removing a lot of options. Being at 0 life is just because you're in danger of that Jambe to come down and just take it from you.
Yeah.
So kudos to the Blackbeard, also finding every outlet they could to stay alive.
For sure. Definitely did the best he could, but I think this kind of highlights some of the weaknesses of the casino deck.
Yeah.
Because in that
absolutely.
specific scenario, because usually they swap out the event, the 5 million berries for Doc Q, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if we did have Doc Q there, we could have Kuzan gotten to Dock Q and then killed the Makino, made sure that our opponent actually couldn't kill us unless they had a natural rush, right? But because we didn't have that or another body that just like kills something, like we didn't see. I don't think he was also running the Shiryu, the 4-drop. So
I don't think I saw it.
Yeah, some decks have decided to reduce that number.
Yeah, I think most lists, or in my opinion, really, if you're running the Liberation, you're not running the 4-drop, because if you're going second and you go in that turn order, you play the 4-drop, your opponent's not gonna have 2 more, and then they're gonna go ahead and
unless they're already doing unless they're doing the Zoro thing where they have a bunch.
Yeah. But
of characters.
Looking into another match in this round.
Oh, see the Baccarat blocker there. You don't always see it in the Smoker builds, but there she is. And we also see that looks like Linlin did some damage and some work. We put some.
We got 2 bodies in life.
This is a stacked board for Purple Luffy. This is crazy.
Oh yeah, man.
It's quite insane. It's
5 cards in hand, strong.
It's very scary for Smoker, right? Like, when you're a green Eustace Kid deck, like Bonnie, this board isn't as scary just because you have your leader ability to help your kid defensively.
I don't know, man. There's
Smoker
2 Linlins.
doesn't have that, though.
Gonna go 9 here, presumably at... Do we want to clean up board and go for that Sanji, or are we going at life? I feel like the life is just a free take.
We have, 4 or 5 cards in hand as Purple Luffy?
Yeah, it was 5. So I think...
If this is going at the Sanji, I think I almost let it go as well. If it's the life...
The only thing is Smoker has so much Dawn. I'm kind of wondering why we only went 9. Like, what are we doing with the rest of our Dawn? And what's our hand at?
Well, that's the biggest question, right? We don't know what the hand is.
What if he's playing another...
He's giving up 2 2s.
2Ks.
Okay, so it's 2 2Ks. We're definitely going at life then. Wait.
No.
No, it was that Sanji.
It had to be Sanji.
He favored keeping the Sanji.
Which is fair. It's just more swings.
Yeah.
Okay, Smoker 5, and then we can
restand
1.
Yeah, restand 3.
3, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then what?
Restanding 3, I mean...
Mole Pistol?
A Mole Pistol only kill... Well, it can either kill the... It probably just kills the Sanji, right?
Right. So you force them to give up cards for it, and then you Mole Pistol it anyway, but that's...
It's kind of whatever.
Yeah, it is.
The greatest.
It's not great, particularly because Timid Tiger already has 2 Charlotte Linlins out. So... Hody Jones.
Oh.
Okay, what are we tapping? Linlin and Zoro?
Yeah, but we're not going to be able to swing
the Law.
We can swing into Law for sure.
I suppose.
That was all the Dawn too?
I think we just managed the board is what this means.
I didn't see how many cards he had.
Well, we haven't used our... No, we did use our restand, didn't we?
Yeah.
We used both our restands.
So 8 into 6.
8 into 6 is fine. Our opponent already gave us 2 cards, so they can give us 2 more.
And then what? He swings 5 into the Law?
Yeah, 5.
No shot is this into Sanji.
No, it has to be into Zoro.
2 cards in hand, too.
Is he pointing at both of them? Yeah.
I don't know.
If it's at the Zoro, I think you just let it go.
I don't like this play.
What, taking out the Zoro with the... Oh, he went after Sanji with an 8 and he can't counter it?
if we went after Sanji and then our opponent's giving it to us, I guess that worked out.
If they don't counter... Yeah, but so if you let it go, that's saying that you don't have the counter to save it, right? Because I see giving up Zoro any day of the week here.
Mm-hmm.
But I would maybe save the Sanji.
So my whole thing is...
if I could.
The Smoker has 2 cards in hand, 1 dead card.
Okay, he's saving the Sanji.
Life,
yeah, I think I agree with
1
that.
Blocker.
Mm-hmm.
So he 100% saves the Sanji. He's gonna swing
5 into Law.
Probably into Law, yeah. So now I think Purple Luffy just takes it.
Well, we still have to swing into Kid.
2 cards in
we still have
hand, I would
Baccarat.
just go 10 into it with Linlin.
That is
Baccarat
true.
makes one of our cards already a 2K.
It's an
Guaranteed.
11.
Okay, so an 11. Which is good for respecting Baccarat.
That's pitching? Baccarat's ability is you have to pitch a card, right?
You pitch a card, and then you give a character or leader 2K for the battle.
Yeah. So yeah.
Still asking for a 2K then, and it's a blocker.
It would be a 2K block, or no, it'd be a blocked. No.
No, it would
so
just be.
If
If you don't have it, you would just block.
use Baccarat ability and then 2K.
Yeah. So that's all cards out of hand. So that's
Correct.
I don't like that either.
But then he has to swing into the kid again. You block with Baccarat. Then he has to put a
Activating
Don on
Baccarat,
something,
trashing the
swing
kid,
again.
and there's the 2K to save it.
Yeah.
Like now we have to dedicate 3 swings into the kid.
Oh,
Because right, we have to
okay.
swing 8.
Big 8. Well, yeah, there's only.
We block with Baccarat.
Yep, there it is.
And then now he has to put 2 on Zorojuro.
And just go 8
swing
again.
8 again. Now, granted, I don't think we win from here. But I think that's the best play to like save as much life as possible. Because
We
now
still have
we
the
can't
other
protect
Charlotte
this
Linden,
Hody
don't we?
is
So
the
we go
issue.
9 into 8. Clean that up. Just clean up board as
Yeah.
much as we can. 5 at life. It's a free hit. Yep.
5 Don.
And we
so
see that he only gains the counterless smoker. 5 left. You could always just safely block her up here and force that option.
he could go. He could go
Onami.
Zoro.
Yeah, you just leave 5 up.
Okay.
Because if you play something like Onami and then you leave Onami and 1 Don up, that's just asking to get Hody.
Hody. Oh yeah, I guess that's
Yeah.
true, yeah.
I mean, I don't think in this situation that's enough to clear a significant amount of board. But you do
Hody
get
would just
3
potentially
restood
win you the game.
Dawn. Yeah.
Potentially.
Because we have the Banish, we have our leader, and we have Hody. I think there's enough good math that you could potentially get there.
If those are 2 duds in the life for Plouffe, then yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and if he doesn't have Giant or access to Giant.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we're just going to
I think that's a scoop guy.
Yep.
And we did have 1 Giant in hand. We had the option of the Onami and the Zorojuro, but yeah, Plouffe's going to take it against Red-Green Smoker in this round. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty rough. I mean, we started at a pretty rough state there for the Red-Green Smoker. Already facing down 2 Linlins.
2 Linlins, the Zorojuro, the Sanji.
The board was stacked.
There's just a lot happening on the board, and I think we kind of played out of order a little bit. Like, we definitely had the Hody in hand the entire time. I think we should have, if the plan was the Hody and swing at board, I think we should have Hodied first and then allowed that kid to swing at something.
Okay.
Rather than playing the Hody after we'd already swung with kid and then they, countered out. But, the rest of the hand wasn't anything impressive, so maybe that was the angle. Right?
Probably, yeah. I don't.
He just kind of wanted to get rid of something on board or get more cards out of hand. And he kind of figured he was dead anyway.
That's why I was saying. I felt like, okay, sure, I'm gonna swing 11 at your kid, but you're essentially just giving up your entire hand. You're guaranteeing that they're gonna lose next turn. So that's why I was saying I don't think he wins. I think Purple Luffy just wins automatically.
I mean, Purple Luffy wins if he doesn't. If he did that exact line where he leaves the 5 up so he can't get Hodied, he does win. Because he always has access to the Giant. If he forgets or just doesn't bet on his opponent top decking the Hody, because it would have to be a top deck at that point, then it gets rough, right? Then there's a world where, okay, you don't have Giant. Now you're relying on one of those cards in life is getting banished. You're relying on the other card in life to be a 2K.
Yeah, pretty rough there for the Plouffe taking it again. Here we've seen finally a Teach the round 3. We haven't seen Shanks yet. Maybe that's to come.
Maybe.
You gotta imagine they're out there, right?
They have to be.
Really popular.
They have
players.
to be.
That'd be
Unless
somewhere.
everyone
Unless they all
just
lost.
last really hoorah of the format. Everyone's just like, no, we've seen it, we've done it.
I mean, it's not gonna go anywhere next set at all.
I'd be down to see some green though, some Bonnie. those champion Bonnies out there.
Yeah, dude.
Absolutely. So some mono red, some besides Zora, some Bonnie.
Yeah.
Pretty cool to see.
We haven't seen any real green decks, right? Like Lim is kind of more of a purple deck.
Yeah.
With a green sub theme because it has a few things that rest and it plays all its things rested. But we haven't seen a real true green control deck.
Yeah, man. It's pizza time.
Bonnie.
It's coming up.
Oh my gosh.
I'm calling it now. We will see a Bonnie.
Hopefully.
Cut to the future where I'm wrong.
Yeah, at the end of the stream,
I mean,
we
who
saw
knows?
no Bonnies.
Who knows?
I know they're out there. I know they're out there. Good luck to you.
We cannot say we didn't
We
see a Bonnie.
did technically see a Bonnie.
Oh, yeah, kind of. Yeah, and we also technically saw a Shanks.
Yes.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Oh, well.
Just no gameplay. It's fine.
But that's it for round 3, so we'll cut to a quick break here, but stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, gamers. We're here going into our 4th round.
Yeah, unless anything crazy goes around, we're almost halfway. We're pretty much there. What are we doing here? Gang signs? What is? Anytime
I'm making sure you know, Franklin.
Anytime I count
4.
more than 3, my nose starts bleeding. So,
Oh my god.
that's all I can handle. So we've seen an interesting assortment of decks thus far. We still haven't seen, as I mentioned, Red Shanks happen yet. Bound to see one sooner or later. Of course, we're still getting round 4 was just announced as paired, so we'll see what our table ends up being.
Yeah, our transponder snail is out there.
He's
figuring out the
doing
best
some
matchup
reconnaissance.
on
Almost. Almost.
Gotcha.
He's doing the reconnaissance. That's all that matters.
Our transponder snail, our most valued employee here in Versus Games. Yeah, it's been a good day so far. We're moving right along, nearly, as I mentioned, about halfway through the tournament. So we'll start to see what decks end up leveling out there with the positive records, and I might be able to take it all the way here at our tournament today.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of purple wins on stream today, right?
It's a good day for purple, just in general.
Definitely interesting if you really think about it, because I didn't think we would see this many today.
Or Lim.
Oh, okay.
No, we've just gotten some intel from our transponder snail. It seems that we'll see some purple again, and maybe someone special.
Green purple Duffy?
Oh, maybe.
Green purple Duffy?
Oh, that would be
anyone?
Crazy.
No one? Okay.
See a bird cage come down? No, maybe
No,
not.
Is
Maybe
it
not today?
not.
Is it Sugar?
Sugar? Oh, sugar. Oh, wait. No, I got it. Blue-green Rosanante.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
that's the one.
That's it.
That's the one.
That's it. You saw through it all. You saw through it all. No, we'll see in just a few moments. But yeah, it's been a mostly purple day, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Between the limbs, the purple Luffys, as we mentioned, we saw some Teach come out. We saw some Red Zoro. We saw some Yellow Kid, some Lucci. So yeah, we still have a few things to see. We haven't seen a single Nami yet. Right, those have been pretty good to deal with a meta of Shanks. We haven't seen any Nami yet. Red Shanks we mentioned already. Spicier 4 life leaders, Reiju. There's a 4 life leader.
We got it.
We got. Of course, my glasses tilt was just hinting at human on Doflamingo.
Yeah, we got human and Mr. Respect 1, 2, 3.
That's right. That's as high as I can count. And
that is also as high as I can count.
Who's taking the first curve here?
Looks like they're resolving mulligans.
And this is the same. We've seen this matchup earlier, folks, and
it's just a repair. It's
pretty hard. It can be pretty difficult here. It's very grindy. You really got to commit to, if you want to go straight for face as Doflamingo and just go full at it.
It really depends on what both players see, right? Because in the game we saw, both players weren't off to a really good start.
No.
But Lim just had the better bodies.
Yeah, had the best tempo, really. It was doing solid things turn after turn, whereas early on in that last Doflamingo game, really couldn't get to anything of large value. We didn't start with early Teach. We didn't see a 6K body like Weevil or Boa. Here we go. taking the first curve away from Lim, very strong already for Doflamingo's corner. Starting off with Sengoku to just get another piece for maybe next turn, maybe a Teach, maybe a Weevil if we already have a Teach. Just trying to make our 3 Dawn turn as strong as we can make it. I suppose that's the least best thing we could ask for is a 2K, really. Hoping we don't have to play it down.
We're probably not going to play it down. It's a little slow at that point if we do, but if we don't have the Teach in hand, right, then we probably will just end up playing the buggy just to...
Here on 2, we're just going to pass it back. No 1-drop Lim for the Lim side. That's huge. And there's the Teach right on schedule. Yeah, using the Teach ability, we don't see what it is. We're about to. There's the 2 rested Dawn, swinging 7, tap, and it's a Boa. We're swinging for 8 and manipulating the top 3. Do we like? Do we keep or do we bottom?
Yeah, this is
strong
the days
start.
You don't want to see.
Strong start as Doflamingo.
I don't really. It's going to be so hard to try and come back from this, right? Because we didn't find the 1-drop Lim, so we don't have a second body out, so we can't, like, negate something. Okay. And, like, it's just, what do we do from here, right?
It's tough. Not only are we on the second curve here, but, I mean, if we have a means to... Okay, yeah, we have to have something. Yep.
Okay.
The 1-drop... Scratchman Apu to tap down the Sengoku. We have at least established a resting body. And we're going to go 5 at the Sengoku.
Yeah,
just to clean it up.
Sengoku or a leader.
I don't like going a leader if we're just going to give up a card. Or give them a card. I would just snap take it. And then leader skill. We have 1 resting body.
And
it's going to be an L. Okay. Going to just do a little, filter of the hand here. Hopefully give us some better options next turn. Maybe a step closer to finding that 1-drop Lim, hoping it's not too late. Because it's really sticky in this matchup of answers like the Doflamingo's 4-drop Law can't outrightly deal with it. And of course, because the rest of the bodies are mostly 5s, Law can't interact with them either.
For sure. And it's interesting to note, with the Scratchman Apu, we didn't rest the Teach and then swing into it. I feel like... Because 5 to 3 is still going to be...
less, right?
Yeah. And even if our opponent gives up 2 cards to save the Teach, I think that's a worthy trade. Rather than the Sengoku, that's probably not going to do anything unless it gets, like, bounced back with Law.
I agree. Maybe that was some kind of lapse of judgment, opting to not go for the Teach after all then, right? 5 into 3 is pretty solid.
Yeah. It's still a 2K, 1K, as if he was defending a 7K swing.
Yeah.
If he does defend it, cool. He's at 2 less cards in hand. If he doesn't defend it, you've gotten rid of Teach, Teach is such a power play because it's Dawn efficiency in a color that doesn't really have...
Yeah,
like, that's not Blue's gimmick, right? Or
we
Blue's
lost
identity.
Jinbei. If you take Teach away from us, it's rough seas, man.
So now we're just contemplating, what are we doing here? We know what our top 2 cards are with Dofi, right? Because we Boa'd.
In this particular case, I think we just pressure. The Lim is not off to a strong start here, but I also don't hate clearing this Scratchman Apu.
Yeah, wait, I think I think Mr. Respect is frozen.
Yep, up. And he's back.
That is what's happened. So we'll see what
there he is.
Happens from here. Because that was a pretty long freeze.
Oh, I see him moving.
Yeah, he's good now.
So back to...
Yeah, so they're talking to a judge, seems like, and we'll see what the judge has to say about what's going on.
Yeah, they're just making sure everything's copacetic, nothing abnormal.
Nothing has shifted here. 1, 2, 3. Looks like 7 cards on the Lim side in hand. And all right, I think they've been given the green light to proceed. So it looks like we're going to go 8 and try to clear this Enel. I do kind of like this because the limb is not off to a strong start here, and so taking out these bodies would be, getting a good amount of cards away from limb here. A strong hand of 7, so asking for 2 into 1, going down to 5 cards in hand. After that, I mean, I still do like trying to take out the Scratch Manapoo, even if it's like a strong leader swing into it. Pros and cons, because the good thing about doing this strategy is like because you're trying to play out all of your bodies, all of your cards in hand, like this is pretty good to like kind of starve them.
True.
In that sense,
we're giving up the 2 and the 1, Mihawk and the ace.
Okay. You know, that's one less possibility of a character being restood. So that's some knowledge there. Wow, a Tech Hound Blaze.
Hitting the Hound Blaze.
Yeah, pumping our leader up. And we can still
teach and play a body off of it.
Now, if that's a boa, perfect setup here. If that's a boa at the top, right? No, actually, we don't even need a boa anymore because we were just pumped.
No, and we did
it
anyways.
But it's a boa anyway because we were just pumped by the Hound Blaze.
Yeah, so we're swinging at an incredibly high number to begin with. I think the Enel was dying
toast.
no matter what.
I mean, setting up an extra, Rest of Dawn on the leader, nothing to not appreciate there.
Really said, even if you try to counter.
6 cards in hand now as Lim. I mean, still no 1-drop Lim to be seen.
Yeah, it's getting a little spooky here. We could
Sakazuki would be all right here, I think, if you could manage to stabilize it. Going for a quick 3 for the Searcher.
7?
Yeah, we're at 7 Dawn total. Yeah, so Sakazuki wouldn't have been bad, but it's the only thing we could have played, and we couldn't lead her ability.
Mm-hmm.
So I like this limb, and we found a Newgate. I like
good.
this. So we limb Newgate. We at least clear the Marshall D teach, right?
I think we have to. It's a tough choice here, grabbing the Newgate. Thank you.
Confirming with our opponent.
All is square.
Even though I think we're just going to slam it down with our leader ability.
Yeah, there it is. Let's ramp.
There it is.
Okay. And we'll see if the teach is the target. Indeed it is. That's great. And I do understand the tough choice there, but totally agree on taking out that teach. We'll see if the Doflamingo is able to, adjust to that, losing its value.
Yeah, because I think Doflamingo only has...
Oh, a 5 at life? I
kind of want to go
not
6
swinging.
at the boa.
What's our last? Is this our 1-drop Lim finally? Okay,
yeah,
good. Then it's fine. Then it's fine, I suppose. And now we will restand the Searcher and we'll restand the Edward Newgate. Very good.
Yeah, making this very hard to swing into. The only issue is that, we can still get gravity bladed. And that would feel really bad, but at least then Dofi won't be setting up another body.
Well, still keeping up those 2 boas, but... I mean, that was one of the best things that the Lim could have done to stabilize. We got rid of the teach. We put that pressure on. Because no matter what, it's such a powerful advantage to keep that teach on board as long as you can, turn after turn. So that was one of the best things that the Lim could have done. Here, a Gravity Blade would be good, wouldn't it? Obviously, even better if we still had the teach, but...
Yeah, we've found our boas, so we know what's on the top of our deck.
Swinging 7 here.
But we haven't found any Weevils, so we haven't really amassed a bunch of cards in hand.
Will we swing another 7 with our second boa? No. Tapping 4. Thinking against it.
Never mind.
6 left. Maybe he's thinking about, he's just going to...
Yeah,
he did set it up. Yeah, it's another boa. Looks at the top 3. He's been setting up the top deck this entire time. It's great. And keeping them. And we'll get the Rest of Dawn on the other boa. And with this 7... we're giving up 2 more.
Yeah, that was
Looks like a Scratchman, a Poo at the top for the 2K.
I think it was an audio, so I think we gave up double
2Ks. And left with about 3 or 2 cards left in hand for the Limb. Now another 7 is going to come down. We're going to take that, going down to 1 life. Looks like 3 cards left in hand. 3 Dawn left, I think, using a Sengoku and finding a 4-drop Crocodile.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's some 2K in hand. Do we have a Teach for the last 2 Dawn? We do.
We do have another Teach. That's crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, because I was just gonna say like the one bad part about playing Sengoku at near the end of your turn is that now we don't know those top 3 cards anymore.
Now
doesn't matter now because we have the Teach.
Now it's fine, and we settled with we know there's a 2K in hand for the Doflamingo, and then 4 other cards, and you put yourself in a very strong position. Got yourself 3 6K units, the Teach to just get value again turn after turn. So 1 card solutions like the New Gate's not going to get you there this time, and now we're down to 1 life. I mean, this is again where we need a blocker Doflamingo here as Lim to kind of rest on at the end.
Yeah, we need to establish some form of defense, right? Either
but it's
that
so tough.
or if we're playing 8-drop Kid.
Yeah.
Right, 8-drop Kid wouldn't be bad here because we're just
that would be spicy
telling our
though.
opponent to have
it?
Red Rock.
Yeah. Well, we have 3 Boas out there, which is crazy, and going into 9 Dawn, I believe. Oof.
What are we gonna do here, though?
It's really tough because I feel like you have to contest the board. You know there's a 2K in hand, but it's really tough because that New Gate's the only attacker really for Lim right now. Unless you had an efficient way of doing Sakazuki.
Yeah, we could Sakazuki. We could Sakazuki and then leader ability do another Newgate.
/ Newgate, yes. Because, I mean, it's really hard now. There's 3 Boas and the Teach to, force your decision.
I think this is kind of one of the things that Lim, the way they've been building it currently is more low to the ground. You try to aggress your opponent with, all your Mihawks and everything and try to kill them as fast as possible. They're not running as much top end, right? Mm-hmm. So, we're not seeing, normal green staples like Usis Kid, Doflamingo.
Yeah, not a ton on the 9-drop Zoro either.
9-drop Zoro, 9-drop Shanks, right? Those cards that can kind of be, big power plays that can help you sustain. We're just not seeing here.
Oh, we're going to go for 8 at one of these Boas, perhaps?
If the Boa's fine, that's asking for 2 cards out of hand.
We know there's a 2K, right? So this is really just perhaps, the first 2K check. We know there's 1, and it's a Crocodile. The Crocodile that we know about.
Yeah, the one that we search. And you're giving up another searcher.
And there we go, just getting the rested body. Or the 5, rather. Let's just take that, yeah. Another 5. Wow.
5 going into life. Probably just counter this as Dofi, right? Just to be safe.
I think that's really risky. Yeah, so let's give him a Gecko Moria and get out of that.
Yeah, because we don't kill Lim next turn, right? She can potentially swing with 1 person.
There's Doflamingo. And there's 3 rested characters now and a second Doflamingo.
Double Doflamingo.
Okay.
Really trying to make sure that we don't die.
So, unfortunately, no ways of popping anything this turn. Instead, we went for the defense play, right? And you can't fault that. But it is kind of tough here still. Going into 9 Dawn, we have that Teach. We have these Boas active. So, Gravity Blade would be pretty good here.
Gravity Blade would be fantastic. It's probably our best move here because we clear both blockers and then we're able to just
yeah, we still
Teach and then Dawn up and then swing a bunch.
Yeah, but those 6K bodies, we're pretty well chilling. We're going to go 7 here to start with. Interesting.
Oh.
He's double checking.
Yeah, and then
make sure that we were able to restand all those units.
Yeah, we were able to restand everything.
Yeah.
If we did it properly, which the Lim player did.
Oh, so that 7 is going to connect.
Interesting. The gravity blade would really hurt here then.
So now we're just going to pack 7 here because we only have 7 other Dawn for that gravity blade. So the 7 here demanding the cards out of hand or a block.
So no shot that.
I think the lim's at 5 cards.
Yeah, it's very low because we had to. We played 2 bodies that turn, right?
Took that first 7. Oh man, this is really scary. Ooh, just giving up a block. Here's another 7 then.
That's really worrying. Because if we can't get out of this 7 without blocking, then I think we're just done.
Pros and cons of running or choosing not to run the femur, right? To give something Warlords unblockable and then just cut right through the defenses for low hand size, nearly guaranteeing getting there. But alternatively, swing in with 3 bodies for 7k each is pretty powerful still on a low hand size, of course.
What's the route here? What are we thinking about as limb? If we're thinking this hard, that means that we have to be able to get out of the 7, right?
Yeah, he's probably trying to map, like, can I get out of anything else?
I think it's really tough if you're the limb here to survive. 2 cards left in hand. Here's another 7.
Yeah, we just have so much Dawn. Because then we're going to be able to go to 7 with Teach as well.
5 Dawn left, I mean...
I guess we can go 8 with Teach.
4.
Block here.
He's on 9. 5 are used.
Oh, right.
So
yeah.
4. The 7 on the 7 swing on Teach is the correct number there. So you're going 7 now with Doflamingo and forcing the same question.
So now you go. You went all in.
Yeah, no, we just block with the Doflamingo. We have to.
And then pass it up. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, he didn't play anything to get rested Dawn.
Because he had 4 Dawn, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else you could have done there.
No, he can't split Dawn between the 2 small bodies and swing at 5/5, right?
Not the way he went.
If he
didn't play anything.
If he had Hound Blaze, he could have actually won.
Oh, I mean, yeah, the Hound Blaze gives you the pump. Yeah, for sure. Oh, we got some Dawn being mapped here as the limb.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is we don't have enough swings unless we have Mihawk.
Yeah, I don't. And think
even then, Dofi runs so little counter. Like we would have to hope that everything was non-counter in life.
The move would have to be clearing board here and setting up a blocker of some kind.
Yeah, but I don't think you could do it. I don't think you win.
You also just drew 1 card off the top, so.
You have 1 card in hand. That's almost impossible to
defend. My goodness.
Yeah, he goes, I got nothing. I got nothing left.
7, I believe. No, 6. You're right. 6 at lead.
There's the
Raging Tiger, but that's a
5
or less.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
and that's it. He's just going to scoop it up. The Doflamingo is going to take it against Lim here. Pretty decidedly. Unfortunately. Yeah, right. Getting the advantage of going first is Doflamingo, plus all of that pressure. Boa after Boa after Boa.
Yep.
Replenishing your Teach. It's all the stuff you love to see, right? It's pretty good. Meanwhile, Lim just couldn't, it did its best to stabilize the double blocker Doflamingo play there. But early on, not seeing any Sakazuki at all. Not really given the chance to, really, in fairness. Again, the high roll from Dofi there. Just ran with it. What do you guys think? Right? Pretty decidedly.
Pretty decided. Yeah. Doflamingo got the better curve because they both want to go first. Lim didn't have what she wanted to see in the early game and just kind of really struggled into the late game, right? There's also probably some a little bit of flustering because Mr. Respect's
the camera went out
for a second, and then there was the deliberation with the judge. So, it also his opponent did roll Boa into Boa into Boa.
Rolled.
Ew, that's pretty nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
Kind of just becoming doing the same thing that your deck is doing where you're just playing down a bunch of 6Ks and then swinging with them every turn, right?
Yeah. Same job. Got there in a much different way. But I think we'll take a quick break here and bring you guys round number 5 here in just a second. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back.
One Piece fans. We're here on this beautiful Saturday with round 5 of the Versus Online Treasure Cup.
Woo!
We've seen a lot of purple, a lot of 4 life leaders,
a lot of
Dophies. Still only a shadow, a second of a Bonnie, and we saw Shanks's back. Like, I don't even think we saw the actual leader. I think by the time we came in, the leader was turned face down for whatever reason. So
you were not worthy.
we couldn't get past the Conqueror's hockey, but maybe he'll make an appearance later, nearing the end of the stream. Right, we'll get any Shanks that maybe are on their way into Top Cut.
We'll see what kind of variant they're sporting.
Yeah, what's got them this far, especially in this, like, as we've seen, like, clearly Lim, Dophi format, it seems that we're in for this tournament.
You know, it'd be very strong, of course, if the Shanks per pack in Red Hawks to deal with a Doflamingo. Any lower to the ground, I mean, you can get it on the 3-drop Lim, the Red Hawk, a timely manner. See if they're packing any of those Red Hawks. But, yeah, we'll see, because there's just some strong red cards right now. Maybe making sure your deck doesn't, has a good chance against Teach. Right, because that's one of your closer, rougher matchups. We'll just have to wait and see because we haven't seen one yet on stream.
Yeah, so we don't know what's going on with them, but I'm assuming that there's at least 1 or 2 that are doing well.
Yeah, Ploofy's been strong today.
Yeah,
Ploofy's been
Ploofy
strong
has a good
today.
record
Dophy's
today.
been strong today.
We saw a kid win against Lucci, which is definitely, those 2 decks, in my opinion, are in the same tier. Right, like Lucci's kind of in that, like, borderline. He's trying to reach up into the highest tier, and then Kid's maybe down closer to where, like, your rogue decks are. So having Kid win that matchup, he's probably feeling really good about that one.
Oh, speaking of Lucci,
and speaking of leaders that are not in the same tier, we have Lucci, vibing to be, if we're going with tier 1 being the highest, he's definitely probably the highest tier 2 deck.
Yeah.
And then we have Sugar, who some people have said is a cope deck. Some people said is a rogue deck. I think Sugar is somewhere in the middle. I think she's a decent deck, but your opponent has to not know what you're doing.
That's fair. I mean, it's not the most widely represented deck either, right? So if you don't know what you're doing, you could just be helping Sugar's plan out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you don't have the matchup knowledge, and also Sugar's hurt by being a 4-life leader. So less cards that she's probably going to have in hand. She's also more susceptible to aggro, but Lucci isn't really necessarily an aggro deck. So this could end up being good for her.
I
how it plays out.
I 100% believe that Sugar's going to win this.
I think Sugar is going to have an advantage because usually one of the key things to do with Sugar is just, like, not attacking to her early.
Bodied by the, unfortunately, 8 doesn't get there.
But
Sugar will decide.
Lucci has to swing, not only to reduce, but also to set up his trash for the late game. So I think by proxy, because he has to do that, he's going to play into Sugar's game plan.
Yep.
Of, hey, swing into me, and I'm going to get a bunch of value on your turn, and I'm going to ramp. Meaning my next turn is going to be way stronger.
Right. Yeah, because you have to do your job. Did we see in the first hand? Yeah, we're keeping it or already mulliganed as the Sugar. Yeah, both players, I believe, opted to mulligan.
I think this was the mulligan.
And the Sugar is going to be deciding going first or second. In traditional purple fashion, are we going? No, we went second.
Interesting.
Okay.
I wonder why we chose to go second. Maybe just to get more cards in hand. Maybe their curve is built more towards it. I guess.
Yeah, maybe.
If Lucci swings into us here, that's going to put us at 5 next turn, meaning we can already cast the Rosinante, right?
Here's a quick 5, and we're going to do the first event.
Yeah, that's the Those Who Laugh at My Family. And then we're finding the Rosinante. And then Sugar ability, we're getting a Dawn. And choosing to take the 5.
All right. And a 3-drop Brook.
Yeah. Brook, can't really complain about that.
Yeah, pretty solid turn as the Lucci. like you said, by needing to attack the Lucci leader, you could be, walking into a trap.
For sure, especially depending on what happens here. The
you kind of
Rosinante is nice, because it'll let us cycle, but we're just going 7. Looks like
no trigger.
Easy take for Lucci, and you're just gonna pass.
Pass it up, yeah.
Interesting.
Don't know yet how many bricks. I'm sure that was a free take for the Lucci side, no matter what. It didn't establish any bodies, so I wonder if this Brook is just going to go in for some cheap damage here. Then I don't know, maybe a 4-drop Kuzan, just swing 5/5.
I think Kuzan would be nice because then we can set up for having Dofi.
Ooh, Red Hawk.
Oh man. Okay, now it makes more sense why we didn't play the Rosinante, so we'd have the 2 up for the Red Hawk.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get 1 from the leader ability of Sugar.
Oh, it's a Laboon. Okay, well that's good that we didn't get that Red Hawk, right?
Yeah, or the
well,
Moncherry.
It can't be, but Moncherry specifically.
So now Sugar's at 8, so Sugar can play the Dofi to play the Rosinante.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the turn, restand 2?
Restand 2 from Rosie, and then 1 from Sugar ability. And then when they swing into him again, the Dofi can rest a Dawn to ramp a Dawn.
Ooh, a small 5.
So we'll get back that Dawn back that we Dawn minus in order to actually use
maybe
the Dofi
Lucci,
ability.
we give up 1 here.
I think you...
all right.
I guess you
I guess
can
it's
kind
fine.
of greedily take it.
There's
Just to see what your
the
opponent's
Flamingo.
doing.
Tap, send back 1, get the Rosinante. Oh, we see that. Was it Hell's Judgment?
Mm-hmm.
Classic purple event
Yeah,
card.
then we're passing and then
Such
restanding
an evil
3.
card. -3 to 2 targets.
Yeah, really good in certain board states. Probably not the craziest
In this one?
in this
Nah,
one, yeah.
probably favoring to
Because
just
that Laboon's probably not going to swing. He's probably just going to use his activate main, I would imagine.
see if we classic.
I'm assuming that's a
Rebecca Hinalucci play.
That's a minus, yeah.
Yeah, it's a minus.
That's another minus. Plus a swing for 5.
Swing for 5. I imagine we're going to use the Dofi ability here on this swing just to
You should do
make
that
sure
first,
we get
right?
it off.
Because you just gained the Dawn active anyways, right? So you're still,
Yeah, so this is what he's
There you go.
doing now.
Nice.
And then now we could use an event if we wanted to. But I don't know if we need to. We're already at 8.
Well,
So yeah, just giving a 1K.
Ooh. Jack.
Jack.
Jack to pop it.
Yeah, Jack to pop the Doflamingo.
That's fine. I think I would have rather gotten rid of the Rosinante just because he's going to give us Dawn back, right, at the end of each turn. And now that we're past 7 Dawn, it's not going to matter, right? Like, he's
Big
always
10.
going to get it.
Big 10 for the 10-drop Shanks.
Shanks.
Static
Shanks
ability,
is very
everything
good
on the
here.
board for the Lucci is -1K of power.
Where would you go? In the Jack, I'm assuming?
Jack.
Probably go into Jack.
Which, I guess you leave the Rosinante standing. But you don't go. You wouldn't bother to go.
6 into 4.
6 to 4 into the Laboon.
That's what I'm saying. Like maybe you do those swings first to peck those cards out of hand, or I guess it's fine, right? Like 12 into 6 or 7 is fine.
That's almost guaranteed to just go because that's too many cards.
To give
tossed.
up. Yeah, you just let it go.
This one.
Okay, 2K, 1K.
And then you just swing 5 into 4.
5 into 4, asking for another 2K, right?
All right, Asuru.
Gives it up.
Down to 2 to 3 cards in hand. Salucci.
It's a slight starve if you really think about it.
Yeah, I really value when they keep this Laboon around.
Yeah, I think we're trying to put Lucci in kind of a top deck scenario, or kind of force him to use the Moncherry, so that way we can swing into it and actively get rid of it.
Because without
or
this
we could
Laboon,
Red Hawk it, this turn.
You could.
Oh,
You
Or
could.
the Laboon
Yeah.
if we choose not to
activate the Laboon before swinging with leader.
Now we're going to give it the tap, and we're going to reduce probably the Shanks by 4.
Shanks by 4. Shanks is definitely the bigger threat out of these two. Yep.
Do we have a Tempest kick to go with this?
You gotta hope, right? We are on 9, so we could just
Oh, here's
Kaido
1.
Yep.
Tempest kick reduced by 3, bringing him down to just 3 left. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, 3 left on it. No leader swing yet.
Is there a world where we clear both of these
I
bodies?
mean, Rebecca, Hina Lucci would be fine. Oh, gonna use the Man Sherry here. What are we getting back?
So we're putting back these
those two.
And grabbing Rebecca.
Rebecca. Oh, I think it's coming.
We definitely have Lucci in drop. I don't know if we have a Hina in the drop.
We're just going 5 at face. And all right. Ooh, 9 drop Kaido meets the trash.
9 drop Kaido, and what is that, Khalifa?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to make out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a...
The take for Sugar, going down to 2 life. And Hina.
Hina out of hand. Okay. So
3.
we can...
Reduce the Rosinante down to 2. Oh, that was a 5.
That was a 5.
Oh, but the Spandine is coming out as well. So yeah, we're just gonna do Rebecca Hina Lucci. I don't know if that should be 5.
Yeah, I don't think that should be 5, because I don't know where...
I mean, it's a 4, so it'd be down to 1. I mean, this
okay.
works.
Yeah, that's fine.
It shouldn't be a 5 though.
Yeah, if Hina's -4, so it doesn't. I guess it doesn't
still in
matter.
range
It
of
doesn't
Lucci. It's
Yeah.
fine. It's just it's 1 extra that's placed on it for some reason. And now we've had board clear from the Lucci now.
And here's where it gets scary, because even if we establish another Shanks, that's not going to be beneficial for the Sugar, because her leader effect only happens if she has a Don Quixote pirate specifically. That's 6k or more.
And we've assembled quite a force on the Lucci side here. I mean, we have a standing blocker for Rebecca. We have that Man Sherry still threatening to have some recurring value turn after turn. We have a solid couple of bodies there in Lucci and Hina. The Laboon is still providing value turn after turn. So, yeah, 1-card solution like Shanks really doesn't do it. It's too many fronts. I guess you start with a 5 into something. Man Sherry?
Yeah, I think we have to respect the Manchuri and take it out now. Or force the Rebecca block.
Which might be a free Rebecca block. Okay. We're just going to let the Man Sherry go. Okay.
It's fine. I have another one in hand.
What do you got here for 5?
Rosie.
Okay, the third Rosie.
All right. Pitch.
Pitching Igloo. Trying to.
Also an interesting tech in that.
Yeah, I think Igloo is very underrated currently. It's
searchable.
So efficient. It's searchable because Don Quixote pirate. And then, yeah, you would also ramp the Don off of it, so it's good early game.
Oh, here's another one.
The 4th, I believe.
Yeah. That's all 4 Rosies. We're going to restand 5 Don at the end of this turn. But I don't believe red or purple have access to the 5-drop counter events, right? Those are both green. One has Doflamingo on its face. The other one has Law on its face.
I can't think of it.
It's the one that, like, the weak don't get to choose how they die.
I think that is green.
Yeah, that sounds green.
I know the Dofi one is green. I can't remember if the Law one is also green.
It's just nuts because you have -5 here, just pretty much locked in with that Laboon and leader swing. So one of these Rosies is just like effectively gone.
Yeah, Laboon not being touched. Or, well, we tried to swing at Laboon, to be fair.
We did.
We chose killing the Jack over killing the Laboon, and that might come back to bite us.
Laboon ability activated. Target on one of the Rosies, bringing it down to 1. Now debating the leader's swing. Get that remaining 1 or a -1 on the other Rosie. Do we have more Rebecca shenanigans in hand? Probably not.
I feel like we had to have. That's why we didn't block and save the Manchuri.
And 5 lead. Where's this -1 going? Well, there's a Rebecca.
The -1, if we're setting up for a Lucci play, it goes to the other. Yeah.
Okay. We chose the other Rosie.
The slow beam sword.
Yes. Slow beam.
Slow beam. Resting down the other potential attacker. But we still have Hina.
Yeah, we still have Hina.
And depending on how much extra effort we have to put into reducing that other Resonante 2 more, we might see the Hina swing for a higher number.
I mean, if we just had 1 Tempest kick.
I mean, yeah, but I think we've already played 3.
I
We
think
can see
so.
them again.
Yeah, because we could see them again.
5. It's
Eventually.
countered.
Who's on?
Okay, draw 1.
Not very threatening, so
No.
we're okay with that. Right now, our Rosies are still alive.
Done left 4, 5.
Uh,
Come on, you got the
think it's 5.
Tempest Lucci. Tempest
6,
Lucci.
right?
Yeah.
He hasn't spent
Yeah,
it.
Oh,
yeah,
6. Come on, Tempest Lucci. Hit me.
I don't think he drew it.
Yeah, I think if he drew it, he just windmill slams it, right? Like he doesn't think about it. It's just kind of there. But
You replace a Lucci for another Lucci.
yeah, since he's contemplating, it's kind of like, what are we working with here? I think if we do have Lucci in hand, I do think we still establish it, get rid of one of the Resonantes.
I'm even wondering if you have 3-drop Brook, do you bother? And I think, yes, you still do.
Yeah, that does clear Resonante as well. The problem is, like, what do you get rid of? I guess you get rid of the Hina, because then you can set up for a Rebecca Hina later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that
that's fair.
2 done?
I can't tell, of course, how many Hina are in the trash for Rio, but
Is he gonna play the Uta?
You could play Uta, but I feel like you don't want to replace anything on your current board. For the Uta is the issue.
Yeah.
go Uta,
He played 2.
Lucci.
He's playing the Uta. No, man.
Oh,
Manchuri.
Manchuri. Yeah, so we're not gonna
So we did have the other
bottom
one.
deck.
I said it.
You did have another one, yeah.
And then picking up
The Brook.
Brook. Okay,
Just
so one
stopping the one.
Rosinante is gone.
And then now what do you replace? The Manchuri? Spooky. I don't know if I like that. But I mean, I guess
maybe the Lucci.
I
Yeah, of the
Yeah.
choices,
Because you could always
the least
play.
worst.
Yeah, I feel like that's fine.
Because the other one was the Hina, which we already replaced.
You just have other ways of playing the Lucci out of trash, which is fine.
All right, one Rosinante left.
the issue is, though, now if we have another 10-drop Shanks as sugar, we're kind of chilling. Because we're able to stabilize our board again.
True, we managed to come out of that with at least one Rosinante alive.
Which means we'll have 3 Dawn going into the next turn, which means, like, Slow Beam, Hell's Judgment.
Ooh, starting with a 5.
5 where, though?
I'm assuming.
It has to be the Manchuri.
I think it has to be.
I think we have to kill her.
All right, I'll give her up. I have a third in
like-
hand.
If he has the third in hand,
Nah,
he's
we saw one get bottom deck. That might be another one. No, I guess not.
10-drop Shanks.
There it is.
He wasn't dead for
I have
long.
a slight feeling of deja vu.
for sure.
Yeah, except Lucy's
so
in a
6
way
at
worse
4.
position now, right? Like, he has way less cards in hand.
Oh, giving up a 2 and a 1 for it.
And then this is just a block.
Yeah.
Saving the Laboon.
No matter where that goes, that's a block.
Yeah.
Yep. 1 card. Well, 2 cards in hand after draw.
Yeah, but we do have Laboon and Leader.
And
Kuzan.
Kuzan and Brook. Like, that's a recipe for disaster.
The only
there.
issue, though,
Yeah.
is that the Leader does have to swing. Meaning we could
potentially see a slow beam sword
and tap the Laboon
and tap the Laboon
or
tap the Brook, because that's what can actually pop character on
Oh
board.
man,
or Red
Sugar's
Hawk.
crazy.
Or
Red Hawk.
Red Hawk can KO anything on this board currently.
So Tempest Kick would just solve that, right? Then we don't need the leader swing.
For sure.
Yeah,
If
did
we
you
have
draw
the
it?
fourth-
Did you draw it?
We have the fourth one for sure.
Down to 4, down by 4 cost rather. But yeah, the Kuzan is a swing. The leader is a swing. Oh, there's a swing.
He's got to do it. He's thinking about it.
There it is.
He's playing
Let's
around the
go
Red Hawk.
6. Let's go 6.
No, it's a 5.
5? Oh, that's right. Yeah, the static ability. You're right. Bringing down by -4 again, down to 2.
Show me Red Hawk.
Red Hawk would be crazy. It
If
just
it's
kills
red,
the Brook.
if it's Red Hawk,
I think you'd have done it already. If he picks up 2 Dawn, crazy deck. Oh, that was at life.
oh no.
Well, I mean, yeah. 'cause
Yeah, for
everything else
sure.
was
Yeah,
lower.
actually, that makes sense.
Couldn't-
Oh, another Kuzan comes down.
Okay, so we haven't seen the 4th legendary Tempest Kick, so he does have to swing with leader. And maybe this is what Sugar was waiting for, is like waiting for the leader swing, and then we punish you by either tapping or killing the Brook.
I think that's a 3. Yeah, Hina. -4 down to the Rosinante. Or no, further on the Shanks, it's gone.
Oh,
it's
yeah, so
negative
that way
2.
we can just make sure, I'm going to swing with this. We're going to kill the Shanks, and now my Brook will go back up to 6.
Yeah. Igloo.
Igloo, okay.
Yeah, I mean that works.
It does get us out of that, and it minuses the leader 2K for the turn.
Yeah.
So
Leader swing
Lucci
doesn't
can't
do
even
anything.
swing into
Yeah.
anything. He could do it to set up trash,
Yeah.
but
Still, though, now we're staring at 2 Kuzans, the Laboon, the Brook. The worst thing on that board is the Hina, which already did its job.
for sure. Now the question is, do we have another Shanks?
I don't think so.
I mean, even if you did.
I feel like if we did, it wouldn't be a bad decision here, right?
No.
It's like your only decision.
If
Is
you,
that 1 card left in hand for Lucci?
I mean, you play it.
Oh, boy.
Okay, if we swing with Rosinante, we don't have the Shanks.
Right.
Yeah, he's eyeing it, so I don't think he does.
I just wonder what he has. Because clearly he doesn't have a lot of events because he didn't choose to use that Igloo until later.
Going 6. 6 at what? The Brook? Just to guarantee. At a 1 card in hand, it's...
Yeah, show me the 2K.
Well, in 1 card, you can't get there.
Yeah, because he's 4. You're right.
But that's like the first thing you can tackle.
I don't hate getting rid of the Brook just because that's his only way of KOing things currently on board.
This couldn't possibly be.
Did he swing at life?
It looks like he swung at life because he did the point.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Kuzan. Ooh.
That's also
yeah,
interesting.
Not a 2K. I mean, we've seen before, Lucci could have a ton of bricks in hand, right? And then like not be able to, survive. Telling here. Ooh.
Just doing the
6.
This has to be in the Brook, surely.
Yeah.
All right. Kind of like few.
A Dofi.
Or are we going to play off Dofi?
Senor Pink.
Getting back probably our slow beam.
Yep. Slow beam sword.
And then restanding a Dawn. And then we're going to restand 3 at the end of this turn.
Oof. All right. Still have the 1 Kuzan, 1 Laboon on the board. And we now have a 2nd card in hand. That other card might have been a brick.
What event did he pick up?
Slow beam.
Okay.
Yeah. Fanning out 4, 3. Ooh. Are we just going to go for life?
Yeah, I think he's going to go for game here.
With an 8.
I don't like 8 because isn't slow beam a +4?
Send it back. Tap something else.
Yeah, tap probably the Kuzan. I guess it doesn't matter. Both these things reduce 4 when they tap themselves, right?
He didn't Dofi skill either, right?
He did not Dofi skill, no.
Yeah, I like the Kuzan. Like you said, it's really negligible.
No extra minus reduction, so you can't really KO another body.
Yeah, I guess the Kuzan was the better play because if Laboon wants to get his minus, he has to. He can't swing. Like Kuzan's gonna get double value. He's gonna swing and minus.
Right.
Man, we really want an event here.
It's gonna go 8-10.
8-9.
8-9.
Like. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Because 3-3-4. Yeah.
Really asking for it. We haven't seen anything get searched event-wise besides what we've already seen.
No, we've also missed Dofi ability again. Up there it is.
Oh yeah.
Give up 1, getting inactive.
Man, one event here would really save us, and then we just kind of have to do good Dawn math. Or here's what he could be doing. He could be baiting, thinking if he wants to bait his opponent to spend that 4 Dawn on trying to attack and not playing a Rebecca.
Takes it. All in on the 9. What do we got?
Can you get out?
And of course the trash.
Blast breath.
Yeah. Okay, that
9.
brings us up
Do
to
we
9.
Have a 1K? We have a 2K.
All right, paid 4. We survive another turn.
We do. Now we just have to do good math here.
All right. So what do you do here?
Well, 3 life left with 2 cards in hand.
5 drops first, right? Just to play around finger pistol trigger.
If you have 9 mom in hand, you could go for board.
You go for board and then put Kuzan at the bottom of life.
Yeah.
And then you're good because Lucci doesn't run Rush Lucci.
Starting with a 7.
7
Ooh, life. Okay.
Oh, please.
Uh-oh.
Don't do it to him.
No.
Please.
1 card's got to be a dud. You think that's a dud as well, right? I mean,
yeah, it was something with a trigger for sure.
Yeah.
6 king
or
pistol?
What does 6 king pistol do on trigger?
Is it
draw?
I don't remember.
No, it can't be because then he would just snap plate it to draw maybe.
Well, it's also a 0 cost event, right? So maybe he just was deciding, do I want to keep this or would I gamble on another 2K?
He
maybe
could have also
a 2 or less or something.
He could have also feigned it to be like, oh, I'm gonna act like I have a trigger.
I mean, with only 2 cards in hand, it's now 3, right? I mean, 1 card we know couldn't save the Kuzan or obviously not the Brook math-wise. So it was a 1K or less. Then the next card might be counter, and then the third card you looked at it as if it was going to be a trigger. So maybe it's a dud. Yeah. Senior Pink.
8 with pink. We go 8 with pink, 9 with Dofi, and then the rest on sugar.
We've used 3 out of our 10.
Nice. He has 7 left. We could also go 10-10, right? Or 10-11. Because 2 more on Dofi. Or, 10-10 if we go 2 on Dofi.
Yeah, 10-10 seems pretty safe.
Oh, looks
I
like
feel
we're
like
getting out of
I
the
feel like
8th,
this will be a take.
He has to get out of this. Unless he knows for a fact
I don't think
he can get out of a 10-10.
So you're telling me you have 2 2Ks? You had 1 maybe a turn ago that you chose to hold on to?
If it's a 0 cost, that's his whole hand.
Oh, now 0 cost. I gave you it could happen.
What if the sugar's running a small rush body? It is a red deck.
What rush?
We're taking it. No trigger.
It is red.
4 cards in hand.
You could run the Rush Luffy.
You can run Rush Luffy.
There's always the threat of Rush Luffy. If you're okay, we're going 1 Dawn.
9. I feel like 10 would have been better here.
And just go 11.
Well, that's what we're doing now.
Yep.
Right?
He doesn't have it. There's no way you have
11?
it. 0 cost. Show it to me. 2, 1, 1. What's that last one?
That's also a 1. That's Spandine. Yeah, so
that's 10.
Yeah, that doesn't get there.
Nope. All right.
GG.
Sugar's going to take it. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, just barely clutching it up. I mean, it was really nice because we found the Shanks after
Yeah, it's Bandine at
the
the end.
Shanks
Yeah.
already got KO'd, right? Like after we got our board cleared, we were able to play another Rosinante and another Shanks.
We had a Gatling. We had another one of those. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, we had a ton of counter in hand.
And Hell's Judgment.
Oh.
Yeah, so we had no threats at all. There she is.
Yeah, I mean, that hand had to be virtually counterless.
Yeah.
Is that it? So Uta, no counter.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think what happened was with Lucci, we had maybe the 2K, but then we just kept getting 1Ks off of life.
True.
And so eventually it was like, I think at a point he did have, when he had 3 cards in hand, he had 2-1-1. So he could have gotten out of it, but it would have been his entire hand.
Yeah.
Which I think he should have done and just put his opponent on having a rush body. Right? Because at that point, Sugar had given enough too much Dawn. She couldn't pivot into 9 Mom at that point. Because she had already put 3 Dawn out to attack with.
Yeah. I mean, didn't see that one coming. So Sugar's going to take it here. And, yeah. Round number 5.
I think that Sugar was undefeated going.
I was going to ask, was it X1 or undefeated?
It was undefeated.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I see Sugar's first top at a major event ever, because I don't think Sugar definitely didn't make waves in Japan, right? Like I definitely didn't win like a regional level event.
No.
So winning a Treasure Cup at the very end of
solid topping here at the very end of the format
would be really cool.
But I'm just gonna say it, but like I said it, chat. Like I said, Sugar was gonna win.
Sugar was gonna win.
Did he say that?
I said in the beginning.
Somebody clip it. Somebody go back to the beginning in the VOD and send the clip to me personally.
I said it in the beginning, and then you said, ah.
Again, though, I mean, respect to the Sugar, because those board states from Lucci's side were just scary to look at some points, right? Double, Kuzan, Mancherry, Brook, Laboon. What do I tap first? Or, like, what do I Red Hawk here? What do I swing it with? Like, all these choices. And it doesn't, it just may hurt either way. So, GG's to the Sugar. Congrats for taking it down against the Lucci. Well, going to break here for just a moment, but when we return, round number 6. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us here today. It's Saturday. Hope you're staying fueled and hydrated. We're moving into round 6 now, into our last third of the tournament, just moving right along. That's right, for those of you at home that can count up to 6, good for you. We've still not seen any Shanks. Maybe that'll change soon. We have seen Lucci a couple of times. We've seen Purple being represented greatly today in regards to Plouffe, of course, a couple of limbs. And now we just saw Sugar take it against a Lucci. Again, didn't see that coming, but, good for you. Congrats. And moving on, I believe undefeated. That's all, maybe.
That's what
we'll
he's
have
claiming.
To see what the
I
others
have
say.
seen no evidence of it.
Exactly. You guys can get that in the chat.
Still
there.
deliberating.
But it's been a great day of One Piece so far, and cool to see these decks show up. Again, more of like Sugar, things like that. Lim being represented. Cool to see this at the tail end of the format here as we move into the future.
Yeah.
EBO2.
A lot of purple.
Yeah.
Purple seems to be winning. I think.
I mean, it's the wave.
If we had to choose one color that I think has felt like it's been the most represented, it's been purple. Because even though like we did see Purple Luffy the one time, right? And Purple Luffy lost on stream.
Yeah.
Yep.
Lim did win. So purple mixed with something else seems to be the key, as opposed to mono purple. Like taking the best of purple, but then playing green bodies.
Yeah.
I think seems to be the strategy.
we did see a Purple Luffy win later against a smoker, red green smoker.
We did see that. That's true.
So
I
don't know. It's
maybe just a purple day.
It's probably just purple.
Maybe just a ramp day. Maybe ramp's good. Maybe ramp's broken.
Yeah. Maybe.
Bandai, get on that.
Good for Purple though. I mean, at one point it was like dubbed the worst color for so long.
It's had ebbs and flows, right? Because there was a point in OP10 where everyone was like, yeah, dude, Purple Kaido, crazy deck. If it gets you in like a specific scenario, you just can't win. And then after OP01, we had Magellan do kind of a little bit. We had some Magellan specialists.
Yeah.
But then it kind of fell off after that until Purple Luffy came up.
That's right.
And then Red Purple Law. And now we're seeing like the other X-Purple decks.
Red Purple Law.
Like doing more. Like Red Purple Law was definitely Purple's like, okay, this is crazy. And then for us, it got banned before Black Maria came out. But if Black Maria was definitely there, we would have been in the same format as Japan, where you're just making the craziest play lines and never getting punished for it, right?
No, yeah, because Black Maria in that deck would have been insanely chaotically powerful.
Yep.
Crazy. But yeah, now it's having its time, of course. Gum Gum Giant just being, the big event card for Purple now, so much that it's debated to be banned or not.
Yeah, it's definitely on people's, like, when they talk about bans.
Wow.
It's always in the conversation, right?
Not unlike days of old now. My goodness. Back when we had that wave of red bans, Radical Beam was on that.
Yeah, Nami was on that.
That's so crazy. So yeah, to kind of go back and say, all right, we got it. This +4 event for one Don, this is too much. Plus the added stuff that you get to do, which is like hand refresh, draw into another giant. You have another Dawn active. Like it's a powerful card.
Yeah, and Purple is really like, aside from Red Purple Law, the leader, right? It's kind of been able to dodge the ban list. It's had really strong cards, but never cards that Bandai themselves have felt like are overtuned or they're unhealthy for the meta, as opposed to like Black that's had a bunch of cards banned at this point.
And we're here. We have our round number 6 with 2 mono red decks. Look at that. We have a Zoro on the left and a Shanks on the right.
Well, we did say
this was bound to happen at some point. Shanks rather,
was there.
Yeah. And showing up here, depending on how it's built, of course, we're about to find out. It may have a rougher time in a Zoro, but we're going second on Zoro, which is pretty solid, I think. Get the extra card.
I'm going first at Zoro.
Sorry, Shanks.
Nice.
And here is Zoro. We'll see what kind of package we're playing with here. It looks like it's going to be the good old Animal.
Yeah, Animal Zoro. Just, again, a staple of the format.
Yeah.
Just strong.
Yeah, we've seen, here and there some success with other like classic Zoro builds. But the Animal seems to be the most popular in terms of success and, conversion. Feels pretty good to play a whole line of animals.
For sure. I don't know how good it's going to feel in this specific matchup. I tend to think Shanks is really good into this specific version of Zoro.
Ooh, we're going 5 into the
we'll
guy.
See what happens
yep,
here.
That's fine. Right. I mean, you got in this case, you got Lucky Roo. Other techs, I guess it depends. I guess you could think Red Hawk for Shanks is like probably more so for Doflamingo, but it would be very powerful into this Zoro version, right? As well. Since everything's so low to the ground. And we're going to start with the swing and search from the Chopper.
7K with Chopper. Seeing where we're going to get off the top, because that might change. Okay, so we're getting the tournament pack.
Beautiful.
Chopper.
Winner Chopper. And we're going to see if we're going to play an animal off of it.
Yeah. So here we could get some utility from the Lucky Roo, and we're going to block. It looks like we're not going to bring anything else out. We're just going to take that Chopper out.
Yeah, I think we take out the
that feels good.
Chopper.
Yeah.
We don't need that guy finding more animals, right?
That's good. And we haven't used Shanks' leader skill yet. So here's a 7. We could leader skill, make it a 6 and 2K it, but we're going to take this first hit.
Card.
Yeah, it's fine. Taking the first hit's fine.
I see no problem.
Yeah, no worries with that. We have something to attack into as well as Shanks. Here going on 6.
The only issue is if we tack into it, we're inviting a shut up and come with us. Potentially 2 because we have 2 Don up.
Right? Throwing that up. And there's 1. And there's the second 1. What do we got? Search.
Yeah, it's making sure our opponent resolves these. He did play them both at the same time, but we're just going to make sure he resolves them.
One at a time.
He's not looking at 10 for 2 cards, right?
Right. And here we found a replacement Chopper and the second top 5.
Now, if he gets another 3-drop Chopper,
Okay.
All right. Well,
He finds
it's that one.
Not the right 3-drop. Oh, we have a target to play off of.
Exactly. We got the Supersonic Duck Squad.
Oh, jeez.
And that blow will go through.
It's a lot of ducks.
It's a lot of quacks. What are we gonna? Yeah, we're just going over. Obviously, the chopper died. We chose not to save it. Shanks has 5 Dawn left.
Yeah, I mean, a Rush Luffy doesn't seem the strongest. 5-drop Marco, if teched in there, could take something out. Okay, Yasop.
So
okay.
Late Yasop.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. If we weren't using the Yasop right away, I don't know if we had other options in hand for 5, but
Yeah,
like I agree,
probably
Luffy's not good here. So yeah,
I wouldn't have hated another Lucky Roo, right?
Right.
So you can get like a 2-for-1.
Oh, speaking of Rush Luffy, there's one for the Zoro. Starting off with a quick 6, which is going to turn into a 7, thanks to that rested Dawn on the leader, Zoro.
What a crazy combo.
I know, it's so great. Now, it is a 6K leader base as the Shanks. So it's not the scariest thing anymore, but it's still a solid combo.
Yeah, this is really just a 2K, right? And I think we just give the 2K, we save the leader skill for something else.
There's the 2K, Tony Chopper. And a 6.
Yeah, we can leader skill this if we wanted to.
Leader skilling here feels good. And I think that's what we did.
We just didn't make any gestures or anything.
And here's another 6. Search the top 5. Such a powerful card, that EB Chopper. Oh, looking at the trash here.
Checking options. I wonder why. What are we...
Like, how many copies left do we have of something, perhaps? Oh, okay.
Oh, another one.
Another winner Chopper.
That's our 3rd one?
I think so. Yeah, we lost one. Second one's on the board. And third one just touched down. Giving up a 2K for that. And 7?
This would be a 6.
6.
Yeah.
And taking that. Cool. Pass it back.
6 and a 6. And we took and we gave the 2K on the other one. So that kind of implies that we don't have any 1Ks or we don't have any 1Ks that we're willing to give up.
Right. You're thinking like there's a Beckman in hand. We really would rather not just lose.
Exactly.
As counter maybe. Of course, that is rough, right? Because we have the EB Chopper. Okay. Silver's Rayleigh coming down. What are we choosing to pop?
Yeah, our opponent.
All right, we're going to pop the Luffy.
Yeah.
It's like, I know what's going to happen.
It's like, yeah, dude, this is the best one.
Yep,
clearly.
and the 2 is going to be there. 6 into 3. Ooh.
And we have another
tapping
shut
down our
up
event.
and come with us.
Dude.
Crazy deck.
I don't think you guys understand. We just need to shut up and come with him.
Yeah, that's clearly. He's not asking at this point. He's commanding. We're getting another 3-drop Chopper. So this one's going to die, but we have another one to replace him.
Yeah, nothing really lost here. This is nuts.
But this isn't really the worst for Shanks because, like, at least we're getting these 3-drop Choppers
5 into 4.
like gone,
cleared.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And we haven't
All
seen
right.
that OP10 Chopper, or well, that Chopper can't even pick them back up, right? Because he picks up Straw Hats other than Chopper.
I believe so.
Yeah, so they don't really have a way to recur the 3-drop. So I
Here's
guess if
a
we
Nami.
just keep, going through all of them, eventually we won't have to deal with them.
We've given no life from Zoro to hand at all. Yep, I was thinking about it. Are we going to find the
Another
Luffy
5-drop
again?
Luffy.
There it is.
How many searches have we done so far?
With choppers, a few for
Right?
sure.
It's
About
been-
well, it's probably 2 choppers and like 3 shut-ups,
3 choppers.
or 6 total searches.
We've looked through at least like 25 cards
Yep.
in our deck.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
accurate. Here's a 6.
And if we are being a conscious-minded player, right, we have been setting up our deck
Everything.
in such a way that we should know what's left in our
Ooh.
deck and know what we're going to draw into, right?
It's the blocker chopper.
Blocker Chopper's fine. Not the scariest thing could have played off of that.
Taking this life, okay.
Hmm.
Probably.
Taking a 6. Then Duck Squad.
for 6 as well. I think. No, is that a 5?
That was a 5 because we
Mhm.
a leader.
and 5 again. Giving up a 1. Going 7. Oof. Really applying pressure to this hand here. Because now your best move is Shanks. Like a 10 drop doesn't feel amazing into this board. Another Silver's Rayleigh, right? If only you had the option of a Rayleigh and Red Hawk. We don't know that he doesn't. The Shanks.
That's going to swing 8 here.
I think another Rayleigh, regardless, would be nice.
Yep, there's 8.
You kind of have to give up the double 2K. Unless we want to play defense next turn. But
pressuring the Shanks to go down to 0.
Jambe or the Sanji.
Show me 2 2Ks. Ooh, 0 cost. Okay. Got to give something up and give us at least 1 more. Ooh, we
don't need that guy.
We don't. That's a lot, yeah.
It's a little much.
Oh, giving up a 2K.
So we must not have 1Ks in hand.
No. So we got some duds.
Especially if you're going to give up that 2K, right?
Yeah.
That's a really good one to have in hand or to just have to cast, right?
Okay, if we had the option for Silver's Rayleigh and Red Hawk, it might be really good. This 8 is going down to 6, clearing that Luffy. No Dawn up. There's another Silver's Rayleigh. Very good.
Rayleigh's good.
We have a couple of choices. I think we're going to pop the Searcher.
Probably pop the Searcher. And then -3 on one of the other choppers.
-3 on the there we go, -3, and then where are you choosing the -2? Still some deliberation.
I guess he's trying to check okay, what are the powers of all these choppers?
Yeah.
All right, choosing the -2 on that.
Yeah, you would have to. I would hope he chose -2, and
right.
then -3 on one of the other choppers.
Right, that's what we should see right now is a die with a 3 on it. Oh.
Okay.
Interesting.
Kind of probably a miss.
Yeah, I mean, that is a 1K you're losing value out on there.
Yeah, we'll see if it matters. I think if we swing 6 into the other chopper and then 5 into the reduced one.
Yeah.
I think we're fine regardless.
So it's 5 into 2.
He's going to leave 2 up for Red Hawk.
Yeah, that's his best move.
And then 6 into 4.
Yep. Very good.
And say go.
Yep. Leave 2 up, feigning the Red Hawk. Hopefully he does have it because that would be pretty good value. But it has managed to clean it up here against Zoro. Now 3 cards in hand, I think. Asking if you have a rusher.
If you have a rusher, because we haven't seen a rush Zoro yet.
Oh, no.
Here we are.
Yeah, that's
an 8.
It's kind of what we expected, right?
Show it to us.
Red Hawk would be perfect for this situation.
8K swing. The Red Hawk would obviously bail him out, but
then he has to contend with a 9K after it, right?
Taking it. And sending the rest at him. 10.
Man. Did we really just lose this because we didn't have counter?
No Red Hawk. It's just the feigned 2.
0
cost.
I'm assuming he did leader
That's 11.
skill.
Okay. That's 11, yeah. Plus leader skill, yes. All right, passing it over. Still not great, though. I mean, it's so scary, right? With this deck containing Jambe, even a 4 for Lucky Roo is not the safest thing to do. But that's all you got.
It's kind of what you have to do, right?
Yeah, it's.
Well, first you have to kill the Nami.
Yeah, 5 into 2.
Yeah, 5 into Nami. Get her out of here.
And then just give him all these cards. I mean, you kind of gotta.
Yeah, and just hey, hope you don't run the Jambe.
Hope I don't give it to you, rather.
Yeah, right.
No trigger. Okay. And then I think these 8s will be takes as well.
For sure.
Don't think we could expect to see anything crazy unless even Mold Pistol wouldn't get anywhere this turn. Can't do anything.
No.
There's the Lucky Roo, which is the best that we could have done for 4 so far, and then with our remaining I don't know. You got a yes up to make yourself slightly bigger? No. Okay.
Do you have? Do you have?
Maybe he has multiple Red Hawks.
That's it. He's been saving them all for the end. Ooh, Monkey D Dragon coming down for 8. So
yeah, that's really good because that's not going to get
rested.
9-9.
9-10.
9-10. You're right.
9-10.
Yeah. And then 10. Beckman and
scooping.
Beckman maybe? I don't
No,
know. Not
Hongo.
enough. Hongo. Yeah, not enough. No Red Hawks at all in sight. Yeah, well, we just had our first showing with Shanks, but yeah, Zoro's going to take it all the way there in this case.
Just too fast, right? We had to spend so much time and resources KOing the choppers back to back to back that eventually Zoro was still at 5 lives, so we couldn't even make like the push like, okay, now your board's gone.
You really couldn't.
Now I'm going to kill you.
Really on the back foot, unfortunately, there is Shanks dealing with all that pressure from Zoro's board.
And
Ooh.
yeah, it's just I kind of want to wonder like how long we had that Beckman in hand, because we did have it in hand. I feel like we should have just given it up as a 1K at some point.
Yeah, maybe top drew it later down the line, and he again doing his best there, the Shanks, to use what he had. The Rayleighs, of course, trying to clear board as best you can. He did, right, but he wasn't taking any life away from Zoro, not in a good way. Not till the very end, right?
He just
so
couldn't end the game,
you were
right?
always on defense, and without that timely Red Hawk earlier, yeah, I mean we would have needed like all of the Red Hawks off the top of the deck to survive
for sure. And there's something to be said like. Maybe we didn't swing into our opponent whenever they showed us to Dawn Up, right, for the shut up and come with us. Like, I know it's tempting to swing at the choppers, but off of, I want to say, out of 2 of the 3 shut up and come with us he used, 2 of them got a 3-drop chopper.
Yep.
Off of them, like the Drum Kingdom one.
Yeah, proving how consistent those cards are for the animal build.
Exactly.
Just replacing yourself.
Yeah, like he got out a 3-drop body from his deck for 1 Dawn, and that's super efficient. And since he did it on your turn, it's able to attack the next turn, meaning it's going to get its effect off. It's just, it all kind of spirals whenever you give them access to that shut up and come with us, and then they
for
hit
sure
on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we got to see finally some 2 mono red decks go at it with each other. Our first Shanks on stream, not able to get there versus Zoro. So we got some Zoro out there, some Doflamingo out there still. I'm sure the limbs are still doing okay. The Ploofy's probably still doing all right. That sugar could only be X1 at this point. Or undefeated.
Not bad, yeah.
I know, what a showing. Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
You're either keep going strong, or you just lost 1, but you're still in a good enough bracket to where if you win out the rest of your rounds after that, you're guaranteed the top.
Yeah, some pretty strong decks out there. I think I don't know where Teach is. We saw 1 unfortunately go down, right? Not very tight race against another Zoro. Maybe we'll see some Eustace Kid still if they're still out there. We only featured the 1 taking it against Alucci earlier.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, hey, man, we saw a Sugar last round. That was undefeated.
I'll be fine if we see more Doflamingo, of course.
Anything's possible.
Yeah. So we're in the final third here. So thanks for joining us so far, everybody. Happy Saturday. Hope y'all are doing well.
Yeah, a good Saturday to play One Piece.
Yeah.
And a good tournament to end off OP10 with.
Truly, moving into the future.
Yeah. So, what are you expecting now? Because I think now that we're in the last 3 rounds.
Yeah.
I think we're probably just going to be hovering around the top tables. So you think we're going to see some of our
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Ploofy. Yeah. Wouldn't be
offenders.
surprised to see a Ploofy out there. Obviously, Doflamingo, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe we stick with the Sugar and see it, go all the way here and take the crown. Maybe. I feel like we probably have seen everything we could possibly, like, spice-wise
kind of
run into.
expected.
Sugar was our, oh man, this is out there and winning.
Sugar was the wild card.
Yeah.
Right?
So that's already covered.
We still haven't seen a Bonnie, but I feel like
That's true.
the girls may have had a rough day.
Yeah.
It may not be a Bonnie tournament, and sometimes Bonnie's very much like that. Sometimes it's like the one chosen one finds the correct bracket and kind of makes it through, or they all just kind of suffer.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that dude, Quan, for example, who's like, he was known. I based a couple of Bonnie lists after him. Of course, his most recent big one was using that like Straw Hat Shanks. But yeah, that you always got your one dedicated Bonnie player out there to top with and nearly get there. But it's tough.
We have a game.
We've seen Timid Tiger earlier before.
Yes.
This time he's up against Reiju here, and it looks like
He's struggling. He's at what it appears to be
Oh,
9
wow.
Dawn
Yeah.
with a clear board.
we see
and
one Red
one life.
Ranger on the board. It may have been there since like turn 2.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
And we
Could have
can
had multiple
see
by this.
that there's a Reiju in life, meaning we played a 9-mom. Not sure where she went, but she's no longer with
Oh,
us
you know
now.
what?
He
I
coulda
think
gone Red
there's
Rock.
there's a Gamma Knife right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
Gamma Knife, such a crazy piece of technology that people have adopted lately.
Piece of technology.
That's right, dude. It's,
Yeah, I
a
said
knife
its
is
full
a
government
knife is
name.
technology. It qualifies. Yeah, I mean, it's only a 7K and a 5K body out there, but
Yeah, but that's 7K.
that's a fat
is
stack
very
of
sticky.
trash as well for the Ploofy. So we've gone through some stuff.
Oh yeah, we've been in this game for a hot minute. Looks like.
You're gonna have like 5 cards in hand here or so. Like one of them is a giant. You think?
You would hope. I just want to know like what body
5
are we
life.
playing here?
Or
Like,
5. Oh, we're going Reiju, right? Yeah, give you 1.
presumably at board. It's so
Yeah.
hard swinging into Reiju though.
Yeah, because they trade so favorably.
What?
What? Let me just return everything.
Hold on,
Chill.
sir.
Hold on.
I will
hold
give
on.
you
hold
5
on. Hold on.
Dawn.
Hold on. What is going on?
Forward on. I think what he's trying to do. Okay, so
He just needs.
Reiju says
Oh,
that.
I
They're
understand.
going to set up Sanji. Okay.
Yeah.
It was either that or he's trying to get less Dawn than Reiju so that her effects don't work. Because all of the Germa
true.
cards
Yeah.
say if you're equal or less Dawn than your opponent.
Yeah.
What
Well,
a crazy line. I would have never done that. That's wild.
and starting off with a strong 7 to lead.
You know what that means? There's no giant in hand.
It's kind of like there's definitely no giant.
There's
in
no
hand.
giant in sight.
There's no
Is that
giant.
3 or 4 cards left in hand? Big 9
Yeah, 9, 10.
Fuck.
Get out of
and
the
9,
9.
10
Dead.
dead.
Yeah.
Mr. 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
There was a giant in hand, but that wasn't our way to live, unfortunately. Setting up the
not
blocker
after
was more
minusing
important.
so much Dawn.
You're
right?
really on the back foot already, it looked like, unfortunately, as Timid
Mm-hmm.
Tiger. So Reiju, hey, there's a Reiju out there. That makes me happy. Too bad we didn't get to see the Gamma Knife presumably take down the Charlotte Lin there.
Yeah, something had to have taken it out, or maybe if we're teching.
It
Red
had to
Rock.
be that little dagger. It just had to be.
That's my thought.
Rusty
There's
dagger.
no other thing they could be running that deals with something that costs 9.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're Red Rock.
Yeah, they could.
Some
Yeah.
do play it. Some do play it. The Reijus. Nuts. Was that an X1 Reiju?
I believe that was undefeated.
Oh.
That was an undefeated table.
Oh, okay.
What a big day for 4 life leaders.
Yeah,
All right.
4 life leaders getting
Most
it done.
of all of them being part purple.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It kind of looks like
What's
a purple
going on
day.
there?
Purple day.
Maybe
Gum giants everywhere except in
I was
Reiju.
wrong. Maybe the enemy wasn't Lucci and CP9. Maybe the enemy was the color purple.
They just kept getting power like set after set. You know.
Yeah, they just
Starter
like,
decks, huge blossom of potential there. Uso Hachi, Luffy Taro, Sangoro. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Purple's good now.
everything. Onami.
Now.
Purple's really just been on the come up. There's just been a lot of
Yeah.
quality purple cards that have come out, and they like randomly kind of gel with each other, right?
Yeah.
Like Purple's had these really strong events, but they really haven't had a home outside of they did have green purple Dofi at a time,
Yeah.
but now they have Sugar, right? Who really makes good use out of these Judgment of Hells and Slow Beam Sword, right? Like,
and that only just really
these
happened for
two-cost
it.
events.
I mean, really, that wave of purple Don Quixote support really put it over the top there for Sugar, making it possible.
yeah, like purple events wasn't like an identity until Sugar came out.
Yeah.
And Rosinante came out. Now purple has this like pseudo thing of they want to play a lot of events. Because even in some other regions, the purple Luffy that runs the Don Quixote package with the events has seen some form of success. I know
I've
at least
seen
a
it
few
here or there.
people that have
Yeah.
gotten their national invites off of it.
Seen it here or there.
So,
And it's cool to see, like, specifically Ploofy. And really, I guess you gotta really throw Lim out there, obviously, after her big showing overseas, for example. But in the very beginning of the format, you would have expected, and, we saw Shanks, we saw Bonnie, we saw Teach being like the three to really respect early on in the format. And then, well, here we are. We don't see any Bonnie whatsoever. Not at least on stream.
No.
Kind of.
yeah, we saw like the shadow of one.
Yeah.
We saw her as she was leaving.
Yeah, I mean, we had the bans occurring around the same time as well, right? So, like, Doflamingo would fall off, Lucci would fall off. But what did we see today? We saw plenty of Doflamingo. We saw plenty of Lucci. And we're seeing Lim out there. And I'm sorry, the whole point of this was, like, Ploofy was, like, that one that couldn't really crack those top three decks I mentioned in the beginning of the format. Bonnie, Teach, and Shanks. And now Ploofy just proving that it's just solid across... obviously, like, probably Bonnie being a tougher matchup for it. But if there's less Bonnies around, you can tech your Ploofy list to deal with Teach pretty well. If all things go in your favor there, Shanks is close, but you can take it. Less Dofi around, or at least postulated earlier in the format with the Jinbei ban. You could have a pretty good day. And so Ploofy is in a pretty good position, obviously. It's done very well. Since the beginning of OP10.
For sure. And it's like we've seen a lot of like titans of the format lose in this tournament, right? Like we saw Lucci lose once to Yellow Kid, once to Sugar. We've seen Teach lose. We've seen Shanks just now lose. Like there's a lot of interesting shakeup going on, and I wonder what the effect of that is, because it's clear that these decks are still good decks, but is it like, why now are they potentially losing to these other decks that people didn't really consider at the beginning of the format, or even like a few weeks ago whenever all the store champs and everything were running?
Time and practice, right? I mean, we had Shanks in OP9, we had Blackbeard in OP9, and Bonnie has been out for a minute. So those being the big three at the beginning of OP10, we've had some more than enough time for players to figure out other decks, tailor their lists according to those top three decks, and put things in perspective. Like, other things can come out and play, and that's what we're seeing here is really like how the meta has developed, instead of just being like you're only going to see these three decks. You're going to see a lot of decks in OP10. That's been what's been pretty good and fun about it. Very varied field. Nearly anything could have its day. Just tailor your deck list accordingly. But I think we're going to take a quick break. Bring you guys here. Wow, round number 7.
Yeah, we're going up.
We're nearly there. Stay tuned. Grab a drink. Grab a snack. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, gamers. We're here in round 7? Seven. Counting. Interesting day so far.
Yeah, dude.
Definitely a lot of purple. What are we thinking for top?
Probably probably what we've seen.
More purple.
Yeah,
right?
probably more.
I mean,
Something that's purple.
More purple.
At the very least, half purple.
You guys don't think anything could have slipped through the cracks or anything like that? Maybe we haven't seen.
I mean, it'd be really cool to
spots.
actually see a Bonnie.
A Bonnie would
at
be
this
nice,
point.
you know, maybe like a green yellow law.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Maybe a red green law. Something supernova. Can I get a supernova?
I mean, a supernova, sure.
Somebody's playing supernova.
I mean, we did see kids. I mean, I guess that's fine, but like
mono green kid.
A green supernova.
All right, dude.
There you go. But yeah, we've probably seen everything that like spice wise. We just saw a Reiju.
Yeah.
So something purple. My money's on something purple. I'm obviously fine if we see more Doflamingo. That's fine with me. But something purple. More Shanks maybe? I mean, we just saw one get, unfortunately, bodied by Zoro.
Yeah, we saw one lose.
Yeah.
I don't know how many other Shanks are out there, right, aside from that one. So there could be another Shanks. I wouldn't be surprised to see another Shanks. But I am curious on how like some of our other players that we've seen how they're doing. I know that the first Zoro that we showcased,
Prodigal
is X1.
Very good.
Yep.
Doing well, but obviously not at the top tables where we're probably going to be hovering at. And then I'm curious to see how our red purple sugar is doing.
Yeah.
For
see
sure.
if it's still undefeated.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see where that Captain Kidd ended up as well. If they're still X1 at the
one
least.
that beat the Lucci.
Sugar is undefeated?
Intel just came in from the snail. Sugar is undefeated.
That's crazy.
Still. Sugar could take it all the way in our tournament today.
At this point, it really just depends on what the last 3 matches are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, here entering round number 7. It's been a day of One Piece, and thank you all again for joining us here on your Saturday. It's been great so far, and we're almost there. As we were commenting before, just to see how OP10 kind of flowed from beginning to end here. What decks you expected to see then and now are, pretty different. And if you take today's very small sample size, it's been dominated by purple.
Yeah, for sure. And we're probably going to continue to see that coming into.
We haven't seen a red-purple Luffy, for example. Ourselves.
No, yeah.
Something else part purple.
You'd see I wouldn't hate to see a purple Kaido.
I mean, I
mono purple Kaido. I don't think anybody's like saucing with it.
Yeah.
But I feel like purple Kaido was one of those decks that when Black Maria got announced, people were like, "Oh, okay, this is gonna get crazy."
I mean,
and then it didn't do anything.
Yeah, that's it. It didn't do anything. Earlier, we could have said like yellow purple Robin, but I think we're past that. I think we might be a little bit past that. That would be like, oh, what's left to see that spice? Well,
what if? Purple Black King.
No shot. I was thinking about King just
Response?
now. No shot.
No shot.
First, no shot.
I've tried so many times with that leader. There's just
I don't think
there.
I don't think so either. But what if in the starter deck we get something that can somewhat work
Animal
with
Kingdom?
There might be something there with him with Sanji Pudding, because he can essentially do the same thing that Green Purple Luffy does, more or less, where he can just use that ability every single turn. And for him, it's either minusing something to make it easier to kill, or he can draw a card. So he can kind of like aggressively counter out of things to stay at a high life, and then just spam his leader ability every turn.
Perhaps.
And get a second draw. But even then, I don't think that's good enough to... I don't think that's good enough to get you there, especially because Animal Kingdom Pirates, you want to play like Onigashima, and usually that means you're putting 4 bricks in your deck, and they're not triggers. So when you get them off life, you're just like, oh, well, I'm still dead. You know?
Starting with a 4 life as well, right? I
mean,
and
being a 4 life leader is really rough.
Asking for a lot, and as we haven't really seen that deck perform. So
no, not at all. Even though it has like really good tools, right? Like the fact that you can
things are there. Yeah.
Activate main and minus the Dawn, and then use your activate main on Kaido means you can kill 9 costs with it.
Yeah.
With no other additional setup, right? Just with your leader in Kaido.
Yeah. There's things there, but I don't know. It didn't have enough. Jack is a good card and all, but we have our matchup here in front of us now. Round number 7, Red Green Smoker.
I was thinking
and Marshall D Teach.
I was thinking Teach. So I'm interested.
All right.
It's going to be nice to see if Teach can redeem itself because it lost earlier to Zora, right? It lost to another red deck.
Is that a Snake Eyes?
Those are, I think that was 4. Is it double 4? 6.
They're doing a best of 3.
Oh,
Three?
they're using like
that was Gundam dice.
He's using the Gundam dice, and the Teach is using the Dark Dragon Ball dice.
Very good.
The 2 hardest dice to see on camera, but it looks like they got it figured out.
But hey, both Bandai games, dude. That's crazy.
That's true. They are Bandai players playing with using all their Bandai accessories.
All right, and we're seeing Smoker getting
going
the first curve.
And I've been playing a lot of Red Green Smoker. Personally, I like to go first.
Mm-hmm.
Having that 3 for the Sanji, and then 5 for the Smoker, and then 7 for Hody feels really strong and really oppressive. But I'm interested to know because the Teach won the die roll, right?
I believe so. I believe so.
The Teach chose
Opt to go
second.
Yeah.
So just
stage
going
for
their
stage.
best curve.
Yeah, stage for stage here. Putting a late game, seeing how many Jesus Burgess comes down and puts pressure on Smoker, being really tall bodies here. We grab a Shiryu with that.
That's
good and bad thing, right? I mean, if we use it on the Sanji, we're just giving a card.
We're definitely going to use it on the Sanji, but I don't think we care about giving them
worth
the card.
Yeah, it's worth it.
It's worth getting rid of the pressure.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, a 2K out of that. And
2K and then
4 cards so far, it looks like, in trash.
Giving up the body.
Yeah, pass turn. No need to leader skill here. So we're going to go 5 and play a Sanji, likely.
Mm.
Yeah, we know that there's not an on-play coming. More than likely.
Do we want to counter here? I get it,
It can come back later with Kuzan if need be.
Well, not even just that, right? It's like, all right, if I trigger something, there's nothing to really kill or, return to hand, etc. So, keeping that potential risk factor in life is valid, I understand, and countering out. And there's a Shiryu.
Yeah, so we're gonna
take out the Sanji.
Yeah,
Sanji.
Draw a card. Such a powerful effect. Don't often see that for red. Just a card that replaces itself. Oh, 10 drop Teach.
That was a hard pickup too. Just instant.
Yeah, because he knows, right?
This is powerful.
Here on 5, do we have Smokey the Bear?
That's what we would hope, right?
Think about it. All right,
Actually,
five this time. All right, fine, we'll do it.
No trigger.
We'll do it this time for 5.
Okay, yeah, we do have the Smoker.
There's a Smoker.
And then do we
Restand
have
2,
the
restand
Tashigi?
1.
No.
Sanji again. Okay.
All right, so the Smoker might go away this turn.
The issue, that's really risky to do without having the Tashigi is because we could just get Liberation.
Liberation, exactly.
Liberation is actually nuts.
We have the search here with Stage getting us stronger. Do we already have Liberation? Of course, the next one would be a finger pistol, just to go one body at a time, which we did lose one already off the top from, I think, the one-drop event, just milling it or something.
Yeah,
so that's something to note.
Not the worst. Obviously, Liberation is the best.
Going for a quick 5.
Yeah, we 1K out of this.
Second 5. Liberation.
Oh,
1. Okay, no Liberation.
No Liberation.
No Liberation. 6, we're taking that.
We're probably going to see a Kuz on here, maybe? Oh,
Stronger. Okay. Trash a card from hand.
Is it
I understand the need to get. Oh, you're getting rid of a 2K? You're losing 2 2Ks, man. I see the need to get rid of the Smoker. It's very oppressive.
Yes, he's reading the card because I don't think he plays it often. Which I understand. I don't think you really ever play that card. Yeah.
And black hole. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know
that
if
was
I
an
like
expensive
giving up
turn.
That was a very
2Ks
expensive
for that.
Yeah, I mean,
I would much rather use black hold and got rid of the Sanji.
Did we see him draw off of the stronger?
He did draw off the stronger.
Okay.
Yeah. It's still not using leader ability here, which is fine. It's fine. Yeah, there's nothing we're really afraid of on 7. Beckman's not going to kill the Shiryu.
yeah, there's nuts since it gives
Cody's
itself
just going
that
to
power
take a
buff.
life for no reason. Carrot would be crazy, though, for running Carrot.
Yeah, Carrot would be kind of nice. That Shiryu being annoying with that increased power on it, making it a 7.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go for life. Let's go for 6.
Yeah, we might as well swing 6. You got rid of 2Ks.
Well, we had a third one. Yeah,
Okay,
a third
well,
one.
now
All
we're
right,
down
now
3
5.
2Ks.
No trigger.
Okay.
Is this just going to be a Hody?
There's no.
No.
We're
That was 5 Dawn
going
being
to-
eyed up.
He wouldn't do it, would he?
I think we're thinking of another smoker potentially, or the Carrot, and then we freeze the Shiryu. What are we doing?
He was definitely eyeing up 5 Dawn.
Yeah, he's still eyeing up 5 Dawn. Up.
Hey!
Carrot.
All right, stunning the Shiryu.
But we don't have a 7K on board, so we're not able to untap any Dawn. We could attach
No, unless
one
you
to
attach
the Carrot,
Dawn, yeah.
but then okay,
All right.
And then you
so we're
can
going
restand.
for that.
I'm going to go 3. What do you put?
You could Virgo search and then maybe hold up 2 for Igloo if we're playing that. We could up.
Nope, just a pass.
We're just holding up 3 for the Igloo Raw. Well, that's weird because we would have had 2 for Igloo regardless. What do we need 3 for?
Specifically 3.
But here on 8 Dawn now for the Marshall D Teach, you might have seen just trying to establish 2 Jesus Burgess down for all your Dawn. Maybe going 5 into this 3 Sanji. Let's see what happens. Presumably it's Sanji, but
Well, Sanji's a 4. Because
Sanji is a 4
effect,
because of that +1. You're right.
We could just give a 2K here if it is at Sanji. Yeah,
It is a
it's
2K.
2K.
Yep.
So now are we going to see double Burgess?
That's 4. Do we have
1?
That's 1. We haven't searched yet with Stage.
Yeah.
There we go.
Should probably
Pitch
get that
the
search out of the
Lafitte.
way.
Top 5.
Lafitte.
3. Sorry.
Oh, another 10 drop. So now we know we have 2 10 drops in hand.
Do we have a second Burgess?
So 2 bricks. What do you do here?
Ooh.
All right. A solid
8K
8K.
body.
Oh, black hole. Okay.
Black hole on the Sanji.
All right. Yeah, and that's a clean pop.
Yep. And negates the skill, so we don't get the
Right.
draw.
No draw. All right. Well, we at least got 1. And
We
then
only have
here,
3 cards in hand, though. And
Right.
and 2 of them are
2 of them are
Martial
teach.
Shield teaches? Yeah.
So do we even remove on plays?
What are we worried about, right? Truthfully? I guess we could always get hit with, Otama into Beckman.
Right. Just because Beckman can get around the Burgess.
Mm-hmm. Because he trashes.
That doesn't feel amazing.
It doesn't, but I feel like we take what we can get with Smoker.
Maybe, a Hody would be near reckless, but
Yeah, Hody's not super great. Actually, Hody would be fine.
go down to 1 life, get the rush, get the swing, get potentially 3 swings into life.
Yeah, because the thing is, we can either go into life or we can go 8 into the Burgess. Because we know he has 2
2
dead
bricks.
cards in hand.
Yeah. Here at 9 Dawn, and we would of course restand 2. So I do like resting the Burgess and tacking into it if we go the Hody route.
Yeah, we can go 8 into it with like Carrot and then.
He's counting. That doesn't look like 7.
That doesn't look like 7 at all. It looks like 5 and 4. Mm-hmm. Another 5-drop we're eyeing up.
Is that 7?
That's
I think
7.
That's 7.
Yep,
Hody Jones. Taking our life, tapping down the Jesus Burgess.
And then we're going to be able to
restand 2. Now going 10 into 8 is pretty safe. Again, knowing that 2 out of 3 cards are bricks.
Exactly.
You can just freeze.
We're going to start at 6 at lead, freezing the... I guess you could freeze.
Starting 6 at lead. Okay, he gave up 2K, but he has 2 dead cards in hand. So we know he can't protect both of his bodies. I guess we're just freezing the Burgess, and then, like, if the Shiryu wants to swing, he's more than welcome to.
And establishing the Sanji
5K.
blocker. Chopper blocker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chopper on your opponent's turn, just 7K blocker.
Yeah, so we're completely fine here. Yeah, I think we're in a good position.
Yeah, you will have 3 swings no matter what.
Yeah, as long as all the cards in our hand aren't dead.
Gave up a 1K with the search to gain a 2K, and then the Marshall DT will be played down here, I'm sure. Yep, there it is. Which will we stun? Probably the Hody.
Probably the Hody.
Yeah, okay, it's chosen. Swing. And then 5 leads kind of worthless. Since that chopper blocker is a 6K. So we'll start with a 5 first, and we're going to tempt the block, and then 5 lead paid for with a 1.
And we have to shut off on plays here because another Hody will actually ruin us.
Fair point, and
but we
now
also
we're down
didn't
to
give up the Marshall D Teach that we have in hand.
Nope, we gave up a Jesus Burgess, so we have 1 Marshall D Teach and 1 2K. I think we picked up.
That's 3 cards in hand.
Oh, I thought it would just be 2 because we just pitched the 3rd card.
No,
I think it's 2 cards in hand.
Remember we took 2 life last turn.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so we could have 3 cards in hand. So
it's the way he shuffled. That's why I was like,
yeah. so Marshall D Teach, Shiryu 2K, I'm gonna say, and 3rd card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I don't like that because we gave our opponent, our opponent has so much knowledge now. If we would at least gotten rid of the Marshall D Teach off the leader ability, our opponent would only know 1 card in their hand.
Yeah, this is pretty close here. How are we going to math this out? Tony Chopper is, of course, a 4K on your turn. We know he has a 2K in hand. So 7?
7 is good. Because we can swing 7.
Force the decision, take the life, or give me the 1 2K in your hand that we know you have, or block.
Correct.
And then that's only 1 done, given. We would freeze the Burgess while we're at it.
Yeah. There's no reason not to freeze the Burgess.
7 feels safe. Definitely thinking about it here, a smoker.
I think 7 off the bat is correct.
Yeah, 7 would carry it. That way we're not investing as much Dawn.
And then if you have Hody, I think you're fine.
Yeah, we could always just play Hody for 7. And then it's just a 7-8 with Rush.
Yeah.
We're really thinking about it. We're in the tank. It's round 7. We're trying to make sure that we don't mess up this late into the tournament.
I say give up the 1 Dawn and swing 7.
Oh, for sure. I think that's definitely the play. I think he's just probably thinking about what's to come afterwards, you know. But sometimes you just got to do the most obvious thing first and then start to plan, 6. I don't
said
like
no
6 because we know he has a 2K.
Okay, now it depends on the Marshall D Teach and the other card in hand. Is it a 2K? And you have 3 swings left. This is kind of risky. We're going to go 8? No, 7?
Now we're going 7? But we have a block.
I mean, I think he's thinking there's no way that you can counter out a 7, right?
No,
so
this will be a take of life.
Yeah, we're just going to take this.
Right?
7, take. No trigger. Finger pistol.
Finger pistol.
Oh, the Virgo is toast.
Yeah.
Actually?
Now it can't be done.
No, now we can't do it.
We used 3 Dawn just now. Oh, we could
if
Hody.
If both cards are dead in hand,
we can Hody for 7.
We can Hody for 7, restand 2, and then still swing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we can swing 7, 8. Oh, he's dead. Yeah, because one of the cards in hand is Teach.
An 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
7, 8.
Yeah, so, it was a 1K counter. It was another Burgess, I believe. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, and then...
Yeah, because
are those
that
all
life,
Hodies? No, what are those?
Those are kids.
Kids? That's crazy.
Those are
and in
children.
Life, yeah, it was another Hody. Yeah. All right, that was a really tight one from but Smoker pulling it out here in round number 7.
Yeah, he was able to get there.
Teach, unfortunately, goes down again on stream.
It's just green.
I mean, it was really close. I mean, Bonnie doesn't have that great of a time into Teach. Some of those red cards, like the 3-drop Sanji, pretty good.
3-drop Sanji recurring value. I really think it's the Hody of the matchup, though. Like,
yes,
if you see Hodies, your matchup into Teach as a green deck is infinitely better, especially if they don't have like Laboons established to help like clear the Hodies after they swung. Like, if you just go Hody into Hody, kind of like we did there, it's very rough for Teach. Mm-hmm. Especially that second one didn't, like, cost us a life or anything. Mm-hmm. And obviously we didn't have the rest stuff.
The rush, the no liberation on that turn, right? And you need to do other stuff that just wasn't – it was very expensive. It was the stronger play, casting that stronger. Instead of having a liberation, that turn is the key difference there, right? Value. Just maybe too much.
And I don't know if it was like wholly worth it in the end because we lost the other 2K. I think the real flaw, personally, was the not giving up the card that our opponent knew we had in hand.
Yeah.
Because then you can see it in that turn there when our opponent was the Smoker player was in the tank for a long time. Because he had so much knowledge of his opponent's hand. So he was able to, like, kind of map out things in advance and say, in best case scenario, he can still win with this specific route.
Yeah.
But even off of getting the trigger on the Virgo, right, we still knew, because our opponent had 2 cards in hand, that one of them was a dead card.
For sure.
So we at least swung 7. He couldn't get out of it.
Crazy. Yeah, Hody Jones, I mean, that's truly your savior here in these matchups. And, Teach going down once again on our stream.
Mm-hmm.
But a non-purple deck taking it this time around, a red and green one.
That's true. Smoker always at least in recent times, it's always kind of been like the bridesmaid, never the bride, right? It's always
it's always Shanks.
Here's the breakdown, and then like just outside of top, there was a Smoker that got
almost got
out.
there. Yeah, almost got there. Didn't see an igloo in time or something. Mm-hmm. You even, like you said, more Shanks for the red representative, or more, Lucky Bonnies having their day, and then Smoker just unfortunately not being able to nail that top.
Yeah, Smoker is one of those decks where if you don't see what you need when you need to see it, it hurts a lot more because you're a 4-life leader.
Yeah.
And your leader ability just like buffs your characters. So it makes your characters harder to swing into. But most of the time, people just swing into your life.
Oh, yeah. And oh, no. On the right, we have a little, we're still wrapping things up. So we have a showcase of Boa versus Blackbeard Teach. And, just life-wise, it's not going great for Boa.
A time and a half over here.
It's not a great matchup. I mean, you really need your bigger units, if you can get any out, to stick. And it looks like they've been all removed, and we're facing down 2 10-drops. There's not a lot besides it's probably too late for tempo red rocks to bottom deck and then apply some pressure back. I think we might be past that point. And, I mean, if this life counter is accurate there, 3 on the teach still, like that's
no,
crazy.
I think Bo is also at 3. I think this
is it
actually
reverse?
swapped around. I think
okay.
that
makes way more sense based on
1.
that. Yeah. It's tough. I mean, at least there's no there's yet, or rather, maybe at some point, any dock cues to take out that Trafalgar Law blocker. Mihawk, at least being a strong 9K body, not being able to bottom deck anything.
We can't. Yeah,
nearly.
No bottom decks, but he's going to be a nice swing next turn as long as he doesn't
we
get
had
frozen
that.
by
We had that
Teach.
7 Doflamingo out there as well. Yeah, Boa able to find success in OP10, here or there. At bigger regionals, we've seen her top 32 at the very least. So she's out there. She's been able to do some things. Got some cool new cards in the way of that 7-drop Kyros.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Very good.
And then obviously like all the stuff that you got from the Dofi starter deck, right? Mm-hmm. Mainly that Trafalgar Law is just really good can replay your searchers, can clear your opponent's board, and then also the benefit of Boa, you get to draw a card on top of that as well.
Recycling itself, like you said, recycling your searchers, making them counter so that you're at that good hand count. Liberation. Being eyed up so far. Searched.
The craziest card in this scenario because it's only going to get rid of Law and Law. But, I mean, I guess it's better than nothing.
Is the law, mama. And we're taking him out. So that's 6, 4 left. Strong 9 swing. We've got a couple of cards in hand here as Boa.
We have 3 life, though, so are we really afraid of this just taking this? Yeah, because it's not like he's going to swing with the teaches.
I don't think it's wise. Right. So he took it for sure. Maybe a red rock here.
A red rock would be crazy right now.
Neither of these units are stunned, so they can swing. A red rock would be really good right now.
Yeah, red rock and then into double 9 at life.
Yeah.
Or maybe even just 9-7.
Well,
I think Teach has like 1 card in hand.
Yeah, 7, 9, 9. Oh. Real disrespectful.
I think it's trying to bait out a block so that way we can just dawn up on the Mihawk and then swing at the blocker. Potentially.
What will we do? Yep, there's the free block on that 5.
That would be really great if we red rock the standing one and then swing Mihawk
I think that's
into
forward
the
on.
other one.
No, I don't think it's a red. It is.
It is a red rock.
Red rock.
Yeah, red rock the standing one.
Take out the standing one, and then the rest of the dawn and swing into the
oh, no, we're just going
7.
out life.
We're just going out life. 7.
Oh, yeah, you didn't block the 7. Yeah.
All right,
man. What's the It's My Era find?
2K? Only 1K. And only one other card in hand?
I think that's it.
That's it. All the rest of the dawn goes on the Mihawk. And, Boa Hancock.
Wow.
All right. I mean, there were 2 10 drops on the board, but we managed to get over them thanks to the power of Red Rock and keeping a 9-drop Mihawk on the board.
Our opponent just having like a dead card in hand, right?
Yeah.
And then that was clearly displayed when he didn't counter out of the 5. Mm-hmm. If he would have countered out of the 5, I think we take a different route as Boa. But because he blocked, that means you don't have a 1K in hand. This 7 is going to hit you no matter what. And I'm going to red rock your other blocker.
Yep. Information. Yeah, those powerful removal events. Yeah.
Yeah. So
very powerful. Yeah. Another blue deck. And if you're not Doflamingo, you can always find some success as Boa.
Yeah, being rewarded for removing your opponent's cards is it's a very good ability. Mm-hmm. It's a very basic ability, but it's kind of the same thing with like Red Shanks where assumably he doesn't do a lot, but over the time, using that ability gets you so much value.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you eliminated some swings here and there. Like you said, with Boa, you get to remove a threat, and depending on your hand size being in the right number, you can get card value out of it. So you're being rewarded for that removal. Yeah.
And then sometimes the cost of you removing something is bringing something back to your hand.
Mm-hmm.
So then if you're able to do that and then get the draw afterwards, you double plus because now you get to replay that thing that you put back into your hand.
Yeah, keeping some taller bodies. We didn't see it there because we came in when we did, right? Maybe at some point there were Josu's out. Getting those like tall bodies to just stick and being able to play pressure at the end is really powerful because a lot of your on plays are shut off at the right times. Your 4-drop laws aren't doing anything. Your Kiros aren't doing anything.
Right.
Josu's. So, yeah, being able to take advantage where you can and keeping those tall bodies to swing at Teach at the very end in combination with Red Rocks obviously get you there.
All right, and we
Whoa,
have another game.
Another one.
This is the same
Same
Zoro that we had last round. He's playing against another Shanks. So I'm sure he's living his best life. Because we look at this board state, it's a little different than last time. But still just as menacing, right?
This time, the Zoro took damage.
It's true.
Oh, big 6. Big 6 from the Utah. We're going for it.
Yeah, I guess.
We're going for the bag.
The way. We do have that blocker chopper, though.
Yeah, unless this is a play at Hiking Bear.
Swinging 6 at the Hiking Bear is so crazy, but I respect it.
What's with the Shut Up event? That's
a good question.
On the board?
Yeah.
It's kind of chilling there.
It's become a stage.
Ooh.
The Drum Island.
I think there is a Drum Island stage. Is that right?
I think you're right.
There is.
We took that life, no trigger. Presumably.
Yeah, we've got 3 more swings. They all need to connect, but we do have a blocker on Chopper's side.
Here's 6.
Yeah, we're just saying we don't care about our own blocker, which is interesting. I wonder what Shanks has up his sleeve to get rid of that blocker.
7. Maybe a mole pistol.
Mole pistol, maybe a 5-drop rush Luffy.
Oh, taking it.
Oh, my.
Here comes mole pistol. 4? No, 5. Luffy.
Yeah, rush Luffy.
Swing 7.
2K, 1K? 2K, 1K.
8. Block with the chopper. And that's it.
All right.
Because you're at 0 life and you're defenseless.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What is that? Rayleigh, Dragon, Shanks?
Yeah.
Yep.
Brick City. Yeah, that's not going to be it.
No.
Ouch.
Crazy.
I feel like we maybe could have rallied, potentially cleaned up the board, and then tried to hide behind Chopper Blocker, and then just hide not Chopper
Lucky
Blocker,
Roo.
hide behind Lucky Roo.
Yeah.
Just kind of hope our opponent doesn't have one of the cards that makes him unblockable, right?
For sure. I mean, it's a tough position to be at, facing down a Zoro at 0 life.
Mm-hmm.
When they have, in the last one we saw 5 life still. But unfortunately, Shanks not getting there against another Zoro.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a lot of Zoro, aren't we?
A lot of Zoro today, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of surprising. I think.
Repeated Zoro, I guess that's what our
That's
second
true.
Zoro.
Yeah.
We just went back to look at him.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I think he was at table 2, so
Okay.
he's coming up there on.
He's getting there. You might have to face against our red purple sugar player.
We'll see.
If they both go undefeated. Eventually, right? They're
We'll
going to have
see.
to meet up if they keep winning.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, more to come. We're going to take a quick break here and bring you guys round number 8. Just a second. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, gamers. We're here at round 8.
Round 8.
Round 8.
We're nearly there. It's been an exciting day. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for spending your Saturday with us.
Yes. Yeah. So we just got off watching. What was that match? Zoro versus Shanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Same Zoro from last round that we watched their entire match. We caught the very end of this one. And now we're going to stick to table 1 because it's the last 2 rounds. So these are the 2 most important matches.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we did get word that Sugar's still doing well.
Isn't she?
Yeah.
Did we figure out that Sugar get? We'll wait for the transponder snail.
Okay.
To
beep,
let
beep,
us
beep,
know.
Beep, beep, beep.
Yeah. Did the Sugar win last round?
Beep, 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 beep.
Seems to be some malfunction.
I hope the Sugar wins. I would like to see
That'd be really
a
exciting.
Sugar win today. It'd be really cool, right?
Nailing a top spot today.
Even if it gets second, like that'd be crazy.
Yeah, that's way better than Sugar was ever projected to do by anybody.
Of all the purple representation, Sugar taking it all the way to the top and getting a crown.
Hearts and minds
Nah.
on Sugar.
I mean, it's not gonna. I don't think it would really matter.
There's some respect on its name.
It's just the last.
Yeah, this is the last OP10 OP10 Treasure Cup. Let's just do it. Let's just do something
just
that
go
hasn't
all
been done
out.
before.
We see some BOA representation. Versus Teach just a little bit ago, but here we are, round number 8, and we just saw him, didn't we? Zoro once again versus Doflamingo. I am a happy lad.
Oh man.
I'm sure Franklin is very excited.
I'm very happy right now. I wish Zoro the best of luck. Good games all around. But go get him, my feathered brethren.
You're human. The human.
Oh, his name is just human.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, this is like Battle of the Aggro decks. Dofi's obviously less aggro now because they don't have Jinbei.
Yeah.
But still probably can mount a pretty good offensive into Zoro and what they got going on, right?
Let's see who got first here.
The only issue I think that's going to happen is that Dofi's main removal, aside from Gravity Blade, is a bunch of bouncing.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you really want to bounce Zoro's stuff because then he's just going to replay them. And like you can't bounce the 3-drop chopper because you do, they're just going to be like, okay, I'll play it again. And I'll get another body off of it. Now, granted, they had to spend 3 Dawn to do that, so then their turns are going to be less aggressive. But still, they're just going to be able to look more through their deck.
It seems Zoro's going to take it first here.
That's not good for Dofi. I'm hearing bad news from the transponder snail.
It seems the sugar has been compromised.
Seems the sugar has fallen.
Beep.
Sengoku doing this little search guy.
What do you want to find here as Dofi?
Teach.
Yeah.
Step 1, find Teach. Or a 4/6, right? Because you already have the Teach. And now you got to play for next turn. Oh, and there you go. Adding a one drop law.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Might as well set that up early while you have the extra Dawn for it.
Yeah. I'm going to say that he probably does have the Teach. That would make that Weevil really good next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Starting off with a 1-drop Nami. Doing a little quick search of the top 5.
Probably looking for a shut up and come with us, I would imagine.
And
getting a chopper? Which one is that?
I think it's the search. 3-drop.
They're all 3 drops.
You're right.
The glare was just a little intense in that specific spot, so I couldn't tell if it was 3-drop or
Quick
the
7,
alt-art.
quick take.
Not finding a shut
Show
up
me
and
the
come
Teach.
with us, though. So if we have Teach
Right.
here, we might be good.
Show
on
it to me.
Dofi's side.
I think it'd be a quick. Do it. Besides that, I mean, a raw 4 law is not amazing.
Oh, no, not for a lot. We'd probably just cast the Weevil that we played, or that we searched, right?
Teach. There it is.
There's
Oh,
Teach. Oh, well.
slow burn.
I think we all know
There
where
we
this
go.
is going.
Leader skill. It's going to be, there he is, Weevil. Draw 1. Crazy deck.
And
ending with a 1.
Drop walker.
Yeah. All right.
I'm kind of curious now what we had in hand, what our hesitation was with not just immediately playing the.
I mean, it
the
seemed
teach.
pretty good value, you know?
Yeah,
I can understand, just making sure that all these lines work out, and they do. Setting up 2 blocker laws.
And then, now we're playing the search chopper.
Uh-huh.
What are we grabbing here? Is that that is the rush animal.
Yep.
When they get Robson. Don times 2 gain rush.
And a 7. Presumably Weevil.
Maybe it was at Weevil. Maybe it's at Life. I would think it's probably at Life if we decide to block it, rather than just give the 2K to save Weevil.
Yeah. I suppose you would get more cards potentially for it.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter a whole lot because now that we have the we can always play Gecko Moria and get that that blocker
6
back.
target the Robson. Boa would be pretty good here. You're at 6 Dawn.
Boa would be great here, so that way we can actively play things off top of our deck. We don't have to rely on.
Oh, it's gonna be a law.
Teach.
That's pretty good too. Go ahead and bounce the chopper, giving us back Sengoku.
Sengoku.
Likely. I mean,
I don't hate that. We have enough Dawn to recast Sengoku and then still set up a body for Teach.
Yeah. Maintaining board pressure as well. And still go ahead and use Teach ability. Probably just deciding his target. No, we're going to firstly start with Sengoku.
Yeah,
just
I
go
think
ahead and cast it right.
Sense.
Yeah.
Because we can probably get a better Teach target than what we had in hand.
Got another law.
And now we're going to Teach.
Let's get that done. Leader skill. Another Weevil.
That's really good.
Very good. Strong pressure there. We're going to counter.
Okay, giving up the 2 cards early. Makes sense because we have a lot of swings coming at us next turn.
Indeed.
And we have to play our Searcher Chopper back down.
Yep.
But
so
we
know
saw
that's
our opponent search another 4-drop law, so we know it's just going straight back to hand.
It's like you kind of got to do it though, right?
Yeah, you 100% have to do it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, if you're not going to do it, there's no other way that you're going to match this Dofi's board.
Mm-hmm.
Because this deck isn't really playing I guess it does have 5-drop Luffy. We've seen that before from this deck. But 5-drop Luffy is not enough to get you out of this this scenario you're in right now.
Looks like a quick 6K. This is tough. We have 2 6Ks on board for him. Standing 5. A blocker for anything too big.
Yeah, and then the Teach.
Right.
So we're at least going to get swung at 4 times next turn. Potentially more if we smell the blood in the water, right, and we decide to swing with the Teach.
Is this a Life or a Weevil?
We shall see based on what he counters with. 1K, so it was at the Weevil.
All right. Is Chopper next? Yep, there it is. Tap 3. Search. We haven't seen too many of the search choppers, have we?
We've only seen the one. Because it got pushed back to hand.
Another option.
And then it plays another option. If we do have another search chopper, we probably want to put it down now. Even though
remaining, it's going to be the blocker, I believe.
The blocker's not super great, but I guess a blocker's not a terrible thing to have nearing the end of the game anyway, right?
Just going to firstly deal with the tapped character, probably. Doesn't seem too bad.
Easy 5 into Robson.
Yeah, you going to give me 2 cards for this?
No shot. Yeah.
Yeah, quickly giving it up. 5 cards in hand for Zoro. Gravity Blade would be pretty good.
Gravity Blade would be great here because we just clear the bodies and then we don't have to even worry about him
Quick 6.
getting them back to hand, right? They're just gone forever.
Right. Looks like we're just going in for some cheap swings here, and they're being taken.
What we got? We got one more 6K swing left. We have all of our Dawn up. We're on 8 as Dofi.
We know we have another Law in hand. So our plan is to, like, just replace Laws and bounce something.
Yeah, we could...
The Chopper, if he doesn't use Blocker at all.
Yeah, we could Law, pick back up Law, bounce back the Chopper, or pick back up Weevil, bounce the Chopper, then put Weevil to the top, and then swing with lead and play the Weevil again.
Yeah.
There's a lot of flexibility we can do because
Good
this
Dofi
T
thing.
just stayed on the field, right?
Gonna teach right away. Set it to the top.
Not spending our Dawn first, interesting enough.
Yeah.
I feel like we could have done this a little bit more cleanly, but
Stronger swing in a life.
we're in such a good position, I don't know if it matters.
Law, bounce Law.
Yeah, Law, bounce Law, and then... Yeah, I don't know if I like that, because we could have just played the Law for 4, done a similar thing, like played the Law over our blocker Law, bounced the Law back to our hand, bounced one of his Choppers, put the Law on top, then Dofi swing and do essentially what we did just there, and then we would put the other Chopper back in hand.
Is that 2 shoes? Sanji and something else?
Yeah, it had to be. And just showing him that we put the Law back into hand with Law. Or no. Oh, we're shortcutting. Okay, we got to stop with all the shortcutting.
So, actually, would it have been better for him to swing 5 with the Law, play down the Law over that Law?
Over the blocker Law?
No, over the one he used to swing, right?
Ooh, 2 1s.
And then bounce a Weevil, put the Weevil on top of life. After he swung with the Weevil. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, and that was the initial line I was thinking, but if he wanted to accomplish what he did here, where he just bounced both the Choppers back, I think he should have, the Law he had in hand, played it over the 1-drop blocker Law, used that Law to bounce back the Law he swung with, then put that Law on top of deck, swing with Dofi, play the Law, bounce back the Law you just played, and then get rid of the other Chopper.
Alex understands.
Okay, good. I think he just did it slightly out of order, but I don't know. I think he's sitting comfortably enough to where I don't feel like it was a mistake, just it didn't end up mattering. Like, we didn't lose anything out of that. What is this? Oh,
Mole pistol. Mole gun. Target and KO the blocker.
Yeah, and then now he can have the
swing
Nami
into
swing into it.
Yeah.
Sure.
And now, we still left Teach there. We're left him with 1 6K body.
Pudding.
Giving up the pudding.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And pass.
Yeah, the only reason I don't like that line of play we did before is because we ended with a Law in drop, and if we did the other way, we could have still had that Law in hand.
Yeah. Starting off with a quick 6 into the Chopper.
Yeah, I guess in a Chopper.
Only 1, 2, 3 3-ish cards in hand for the Zoro. Looking for maybe Boa with Sengoku here. Weevil. Can't
Another
be mad.
Weevil.
That also
Can't be
works.
mad.
Jozu.
Jozu.
Very good. All right. Thing is dealt with. We can still teach.
Yeah, which we're more than likely going to do here.
Very good. Very good.
Because we have the Weevil in hand.
Another Sengoku.
Yeah, just use all your Dawn. Maximize.
All right. Just in case. Something for later.
Well, now he can actually use that to swing.
And then set up. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess he doesn't have to fear about losing the teach if his opponent decides to swing into it because we have another one in hand.
Now we'll teach ability. Gain the rest of Dawn. Do the leader. 7. And it's that Weevil. We have to draw a card out of it. Brilliant. 7 lead. Should have come with us. Seen that card a lot today. Finding another search.
Oh, didn't exactly put those cards on the bottom.
Yeah,
I think there is one left, but
yeah.
We'll see how long the game lasts. That may not end up mattering.
Just left with one chopper out there.
Yeah, one chopper. We know we have another search in hand. We could play out, but
down to like
kind of just spinning our wheels.
3 cards at this point. Yeah. This is tough.
Like, you got to think that when your opponent gives you the pudding, right, they give it away, they're kind of taking pity on you, right? They're not really expecting you to ever get back up to a hand size where the pudding is relevant.
I won't need this anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, another
Mulligan.
Mulligan on the Jozu. Yeah.
Makes sense. Just get
That
rid
is
of
the tallest body that
Mm-hmm.
he created.
But
Which makes sense.
I don't really
Yeah.
think it's going to help us.
You gotta try. Search. Looking for a friend. Hiking bear.
Not super useful because none of our animals can swing this turn. And we'd rather have that 2K in hand, honestly.
Going.
Oh, never mind. We have
the starting
that
one.
Can swing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Got
Getting
the
another
blocker. Is that the...
Yeah, where's this 8 going?
Probably a Weevil? Like to try and contest the board? Yeah, getting
think
a
that's
2 and a
like
1.
No, if it's 2-1, it had to be Weevil.
And then a 6 at the teach.
At the teach,
Makes
yeah.
sense.
Just let it
We
go.
know he has a replacement.
Exactly.
All right, cool. Did lose Jozu. That was the biggest loss, but you know, that's okay. We still have 2 Weevils on board.
Yeah,
It's like we didn't lose anything a couple turns ago.
No, not at all. Depending on how many our opponent has in hand, he's representing 3 on the dice.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming he has 3 cards in hand.
Ooh, 3 was Sengoku.
Yeah, swinging 3 into a hiking bear. And giving up the 1K.
Down to 2 cards in hand.
It's a little dangerous because we are at 2 life.
6 at the chopper blocker. So we're just gonna start clearing board. 6 into the hiking bear.
Definitely taking it real slow and steady.
Yeah.
Not trying to overextend. Another law.
Yeah. Well, we knew he had that, didn't we?
We did, unfortunately.
The law is the law, mama.
I don't think he had to wait that long, to be honest, or like prolong the
he's
game.
gotta-
the
yeah,
way
he's-
He hasn't had
He's
to
gotta
prolong
think
the
it
game
through.
like this, but he's just being safe,
Oh,
which you can't really fault him for.
the boa.
He bottomed that.
He did bottom that, yeah. But we didn't have enough to play off leader ability anyway.
Just go 7.
So he's just like, I don't want to draw these.
Gives him a
7.
2 and a 1 for it. Yep. Didn't establish the.
Did he have one
the
up
teach.
and then just put one from Boa on there?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, throw that Dawn on there, of course. I think now with top deck 3 cards in hand for the Zoro.
Yeah, I don't know what we.
No, just one more. Cool. Search.
Another chopper.
We've lost a lot.
And that one whiffed. Well,
Yeah.
it's not looking good for Zora. It hasn't been for the last few turns, and now we're down to 1 card in hand. If we can't clear off some of this board, we're going to be in trouble next turn.
Yeah. Looks
3
like we're going to go
swings
big.
just ends it. It's a 9.
9. He will let that go.
And
all right,
getting that chopper off, but I don't think we want to play anything off of it, even if we had something, just because it'd be our only card in hand, and then we actually lose.
So I'll give up the Weevil and go big 8 at the other Weevil.
Yeah, I'm smelling a 2K, 1K. Yep.
Again, throwing that pudding like I don't need it.
Definitely smelled smelly.
So, like, what do we have here? We got 1 Dawn up.
We're gonna go
Okay.
5.
You might go for it.
7?
7? Yeah.
Oh,
Shut
Shove
up
it
and
down.
come with us. Find me a blocker. Not like it's going to matter, because we have another law in hand, pretty sure.
Whiff.
Oh.
Whiff, yeah.
Large
Draft
whiff.
take. And you're
And
dead.
then the rest of the Dawn.
Yeah.
No, we're
Oh,
just gonna
there's the
take it slow.
blocker.
Yeah, scooping it up. Doflamingo taking this. Never needed to establish. Oh, was that Gravity Blade in hand as well?
We did have a gravity blade
Yeah.
in hand.
Crazy. I mean, that's one pretty sick high roll as well from Doflamingo. But taking it here with Zoro, round number 8.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy showcase too.
Having Dofi go to the finals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Broken deck.
Yep. I mean, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Crazy.
Yep.
Delphi, one of those decks, if you high roll, right, you high roll, it's pretty hard to stop. We've said the same thing about Plouffe in the past, where if they get their curve and they high roll you, seeing like Zorojoro into Luffy Taro into Sangoro into Luffy Taro into Sangoro into 9-Mom, it gets out of hand way too fast, and most decks aren't ready for that. Same thing with Dofi if he finds like Weevil into Law, and then the Law start doing the bounce tricks, and he sets up a Marshall D Teach. Not really a lot Zoro could have done there, especially considering everything in his deck aside from 5-drop Luffy, and maybe if he's running Dragon, are within range of getting bounced by Law.
Yeah, for sure. And with enough just pressure from all those 4-drop laws, getting those timely bounce effects, and that Jozu coming down and being like, all right, we gotta deal with this. Mulligan it, like forcing decisions like that. Using every out that you could as a Zoro to kind of try and stay in there. We've seen those whiffs happen, right, with those shut up and come with us. But we're gonna flash over here to another game that's still progressing, and it looks like another Doflamingo versus Teach. And usually, this is in Doflamingo's favor here.
Is it?
Usually.
I've heard mixed opinions about it.
Yeah.
Especially
I like it.
After the whole, after Kuzan came out. I've heard other different opinions as well.
I mean, if they high roll this right here, then then it's pretty good, because you get to establish Van Onker and Doc Hugh and then blow up it's not great.
So,
but if you can maintain the board pressure, which you're great at the very least developing more bodies, then you usually get there into Teach. But right now we're struggling to do that.
Yeah, we're looking down at Burgess. Now would be a good time to find an event, right? Like a Red Rock, or not a Red Rock, a Gravity Blade would be pretty choice here. we get rid of Burgess and Van Auger, and then we can swing into the Doc Q.
It may be worth it, yeah.
Because it looks like we're on 9 as Dofi. Or no, we're on 10.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that'd be a good thing, I think. And then I don't know if he knows the top card of his deck, but if he does, we could Gravity Blade and then also establish a body. We could also go in blind for what it's worth. Like, even if we don't know.
He's doing a strong think. He's putting 2 out.
Yeah,
Gravity Blade incoming.
Maybe. Yeah, because what else would you play that would leave you with 2 Dawn? I don't think Dofis are teching anything that cost 8, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, no. That was 9.
Yeah, we're just thinking here because we're on the second to last round of the tournament. Really don't want to mess up now. Especially because if you win here, you're securing a higher seed and top cut. And if you're at least top 8, you're getting pretty good pricing. Obviously, if you're first or second, you're getting the best pricing.
Would you just go an aggro 7 here with Law? You are.
Interesting.
It will go down to 1 life. And is this a trigger? There's nothing to really blow up or...
You could just blow up
the law.
Right? Revenge kill it.
No, choosing to keep it. Interesting.
It could have also been like a black hole trigger news thing into. I need to negate the leader ability, but yeah.
Ooh, setting 4 aside. We're just gonna go 5 and then establish 2 bodies here.
Maybe.
Thing is like, because the Doc Q and the Van Auger are still both out there, this is just scary because something is toast.
For sure. Like, whatever you play that costs 4 is done. So you need to clear one of these bodies. And obviously, if you want to use your leader ability, swinging into the Doc Q kind of just feels bad. You do guarantee the kill, but, like, you also overkilled it.
For sure. Giving them a card as well.
Yeah, you're going to have to give them a card either way because you have to clear one of these two. You have to clear the thing that pops.
Okay, so that's yeah.
I don't know. We're just going out live. Do we have Rush Usopp?
That would do it.
Please God.
No, just Boa.
Yeah, Boa with no on play.
Feels bad.
It feels really bad because
it's toast.
We can just Doc Q Auger.
Yep.
Like, we didn't solve the problem.
And then we can just attack into that law if we want to.
Yeah, we could.
Now that we've removed the Boa. Like, the Boa's gone.
Honestly, we're on 10 as Teach. We can Doc Q, Auger, and then just play 10 drop Teach.
I don't need this Tempest kick.
And then freeze the law. So now we don't have to swing into it. And then we still get a 5 off at life that our opponent will probably counter out of, and then we don't have a die on Burgess, so it's hard for me to tell how strong he is currently.
Yeah, indeed. All right, there's combo. Get rid of the Boa. Now 5 lead. Gives him a 1. Presumably at lead anyway.
5, 6. Yeah, so we're at 11.
And a quick take to life.
Yeah, and
there's
then,
the
10 drop. Very
Stun the
good.
law.
Mm-hmm.
And then pitch for leader skill maybe?
Probably,
Thinking
right?
about it? Yeah.
Yeah. Giving up the black hole.
3 cards in hand?
You know what? What if Dofi just has Femur? And he's like, actually, man, this didn't matter anyway.
It's not in every list now. That would be super spicy to just drop on us right here. Anything's possible.
Anything is possible. Here on the Grand Line. We probably don't have femur. If we did have femur, we would just just windmill slammed it, right? There's no reason not to.
Yeah.
We are confirming that there are no on plays. Red Rock could still be really good here. We Red Rock and then swing for 10. Or, sorry, swing for 9 because we'll have 4 down left over.
Right.
Depending what he's pitched so far, that could get it.
Well, we know he has a 2K in hand because he searched it last turn.
Yeah.
We just have to surmise what the other cards in his hand are.
Just 2 1Ks.
True.
Oh, a little bit of freezy cam. Oh, we're back. Good. Yeah, I mean, if femur was a possibility, you would have slammed it by now, as you said.
Yeah, there's no reason to delay on the femur.
Yep.
Red Rock.
That's Red Rock.
Okay, and we're just going to go.
Doing the 9.
Yep.
And, yeah,
just send the
might
9.
as well go 9, right?
Just do it.
Just be like, hey, man, give me.
You got it or you don't.
Give me 2K, 1K. What are they discussing? What are they talking?
Is he's
hey man, don't swing 9. I mean,
you don't want it. You don't want this.
You don't want the smoke, man.
What is this? what is
9?
this?
Send it.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Well, he had it. 2K.
He had 2K.
Oh my god!
Where are we searching? That's fine. We're playing it safe.
We're gonna search.
The search. Why not?
Crazy.
Is he just
still
fueling?
got Van Auger.
Is he just fueling the?
We need a blocker of some kind.
No, we don't. We just need to kill him.
Yeah, I mean You need 3 swings to go through.
Yeah, and we have
how much cards is
4 bodies technically. I think Dovey has 2 or 3 cards in hand.
I did not wait.
He's counting. What is happening? Why are we counting cards and drop?
Those are all 1Ks or dead cards.
Oh, I guess that's fair. No, there was a buggy in there, right?
I didn't see a buggy.
You sure? I saw a little orange.
I couldn't make it out.
I saw
just mathing out like.
Yeah, he has 3 cards in hand.
I saw Jozu, Red Rock, and then literally a bunch of 1Ks.
Give him the 7 and see how it feels.
It's 3
no,
because 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, we give him the 7. We go 7. 6 with Doc Q. 7 with lead, and then
I don't think he's planning a Doc Q swing.
He has to plan a Doc Q swing.
No, he doesn't.
Whoa.
Was he trying to go like 9, 10, a cajillion?
Yeah.
I guess.
9
or I guess it's 9, 11.
Yeah.
Right, because that's 6 Don he has?
Yeah.
Or is it?
6 done left.
Oh, 6 Don left, so then it's 9, 12.
Take.
Yep, so now he goes 12 and then huge with. He goes, yeah?
Oh, my. If it's Gravity Blade, I'll cry.
No.
Yeah, you only had
Yeah.
one 2K. Okay.
Wow.
Oh, just
That was truly unfortunate.
the difference in 2Ks between both opponents is just very different there, right? One player had 3 cards in hand; they were all 2Ks. The other one had 3 cards in hand, and there was at least one 2K.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I
think he was just trying to find the 10 drop just to live another turn maybe.
Perhaps if he needed to. Obviously, the route there was just to go for the throat and just finish his opponent. Man, though, usually you don't want that. Obviously, you feel pretty good going into Blackbeard. I feel as Doflamingo, but as we saw, there was a struggle for board, like pretty much the whole time. That Van Auger and that the Doc Q getting established together is just anything forecast is just toast. If you don't get like a good Jozu at any point that wasn't removed by liberation. Timely liberation, then that can happen. One Jesus Burgess and a Doc Hugh plus Van Auger. That's a tough board to deal with as Doflamingo without the on plays as well.
Yeah, I feel like it was a little bit presumptuous of us to, we didn't answer either the Doc Q or the Van Auger on that when Dofi had the turn to do it, and then he just established the Boa seemingly really for no reason, since it was going to get popped, and we realized it was going to get popped because Auger and Doc Q were on board, right? And I think that kind of just
was the turn
from there, because if we answered at least the Doc Q, that means that our Boa can live, and then our opponent has to swing into the Law in order to preserve their life.
Yeah, that was the turn to Gravity Blade. For sure, that turn. Instead, we went for that larger swing plus the Boa, which, as you said, really didn't get us anywhere besides trying to establish a second body. But really, it's just, it's not great. It's not great options there. But I think we're ready to go into the next round, the last round.
Yeah, cut the break, and then we'll come back with the final round for today.
All right. See you soon.
Welcome back, gamers. We are here in our last and final round of the Versus Treasure Cup. Very exciting stuff.
Yeah.
I know we have Dofi going into the final round, and I'm not quite sure what the opponent is, but it's still going to be very exciting to see.
Absolutely, it's been a great day for Dofi. It would seem, as we just saw, the one of the biggest of high rolls. Yeah.
So seeing everything on curve. Seeing especially the Teach, highly controversial card, and then same thing with the 4-drop Law. Seeing those in multiple, being able to bounce them back and forth, just completely controlling the Zoro's board. If he sees another Zoro, it's probably, depending on the high roll, right? It may go the same way, but we'll see. We don't know.
Yeah.
What his opponent could be. It could be a favorable Dofi matchup. It could be a non-favorable Dofi matchup.
We've seen a bunch of purple today, didn't we? So I wonder if it'll be that sugar we were following went X1 at some point.
Yeah. So it's not the sugar.
Likely not.
But it could be, Ploofy. Maybe if Ploofy was running around, there was limbs that we saw doing well.
Maybe a Shanks.
The smoker.
Shanks. If a Shanks got through somewhere, maybe a smoke. I don't know.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
Limb. When you brought that up.
Yeah, it could be a limb. Could be another. It could be a Teach. It could be a Dofi mirror.
Yeah. I don't know what that raised you to at that one point. I don't know if it
continued to be undefeated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least X1.
It's
Lim. It is something purple. And 4 life.
So Lim made it all the way to
careful
the end.
there. No 5 life. But yeah, cool.
Kind of crazy here. This is the battle for first. Whoever wins this year will be walking away with a uncut sheet, which is really high value and honestly really cool. Me personally, I think it's one of the coolest prizes.
The Dofi got first.
So Dofi probably won the die roll.
That's fair, but remember didn't we peek in before on a Dofi that got first on a limb?
It is possible.
Yeah.
But it should just be so skewed, right? So it is possible. Are you just waiting to begin? Or?
Probably waiting for a timer start announcement.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. In the final round, everyone. It's been a day. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, we will soon have your champion crowned here and now.
We made it.
Follow the channel.
What are your
What
guys'
follow the channel? We do streams almost every Tuesday of our locals for One Piece.
That's
here
right.
on the same Versus Games channel.
Ooh, starting off with the Bugster.
And what are you guys' choices here? Who do you think is going to win?
Simply by taking first alone, I'm rooting for Dofi.
Well, I figured you would.
Yeah, no particular reason why.
No, yeah, definitely not because you're.
But
you like
I mean,
Dofi.
as we saw in the last game where Dofi took first, I mean, anything can happen.
Yeah, I don't want to give out commentator's curse. Honestly, both these players obviously worked really hard to get to this point.
Yes.
So either of them, I wouldn't be mad at either of them winning.
Okay, we have the one drop limb. That's like phase one.
Very good. If we have Teach here,
Right. Just a simple day.
then it's fine. If we don't have Teach here, then we're relying on what we saw off Buggy.
Oh no.
5-5.
We didn't see good things off Buggy.
Oh no.
Yeah, preemptively doing 5.
I
and then
guess you're fine to
5.
take this.
You can probably take one of them, right?
Yeah, he needs to do that in sequence. So this first 5, he's debating. Oh, he's going to take it. No trigger. Second one. Maybe counter this one. There it is.
Yeah,
Giving up the
Newgate.
Edward Newgate.
That makes sense. We're going to probably use this next turn just to establish something good. Maybe like a Sabo and an L to maybe fix our hand. And then we can just swing at the Buggy and get rid of it. We don't have to worry about it for
5
later.
at the Buggy is going to easily clear that. Doing his work. Leader skill, Doflamingo.
Pass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 up.
It's interesting because now that Buggy, we don't know what's on top of our deck now, right? No. We know what one card is.
Top 3. So, yeah, you should know that top one.
Yeah. So we're still stuck with these bad cards that we didn't want.
Block 1. Yep. And a Weevil
Weevil
draw.
Okay.
So now we don't know what's on the top.
Now we're cleared the curse of knowledge. So now we can gamble on having a good card on top.
Eee. Not the most high relief starts for Doflamingo. Let's see how the limb can respond. A quick 6 at lead. Cool.
Yeah, we don't mind taking the first few hits.
Sakazuki.
And then another 6.
Ooh.
Yeah, that Buggy really just messed us up. He kept us down for a little bit. We looked. We saw nothing good.
Now on 7 here.
And now we can finally maybe start doing something.
Gravity Blade.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? That'll work.
That'll work.
And then just the 5. Doing what we can here.
Yeah, his limb here. What do you want to do? I mean, I guess you can probably afford to take another one.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have any like rush that's going to threaten you next turn, he's probably just going to get one swing off.
The fact that Lim is going to 9 Don, I feel like it's fine. Like, I don't think it'd be a big deal.
Yeah, take this next hit and then just like now you have more options, right?
No trigger. Taken. Down to 2.
So 9 Dawn, where are we at here? We could play 2 bodies.
You don't have to do that much in
one
swing,
for 5,
right?
and then pay 3 and use limb ability for the other one.
Fix our hand a little bit using an L.
That'd be nice. Oh, looks like we're not doing
pressure
that.
life.
Oh.
Well.
Was that a teach?
I think so.
Someone's moving a little fast
so.
there. Okay, we're playing Searcher Limb, which is good. Give us a body that we can play off our leader ability, preferably in an L. It'd be really great if we got a Sabo.
Sabo would be very good as well.
That works too.
is okay.
Duffy works too, yeah. Okay, yeah, we're just going to cast it. We're not going to give our opponent any more information.
Mm-hmm.
Restand itself.
Restand that, and
Restand
then Limb will
that.
restand Limb.
There we go. That's about like 6 or 7 cards in hand for Lim. 6.
6, I want to say.
Yeah. And now it's like Gravity Blade again.
Gravity Blade again is all right, and then we can gamble off lead. No, do we have enough Dawn for? No, we don't. We're at 9, right?
Oh man, we need to establish something here.
Yeah, because
like
we were
now
just
it's
at
just
7
like
last turn. So
like
Gravity
establish
Blade
something.
is not going to do enough for us. Is the issue.
And maybe get a card out of hand this turn, but they have the Dofi blocker, so.
Oh, Red Rock.
Red Rock.
That feels bad.
Yeah, this top 3 from Buggy at the beginning was awful. Okay, we
there's
finally
Teach.
get a Teach down. Let's see. I wonder if
Hopefully
he's
that's
had
a
that.
law, right? That's what we want off this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's bounce the law. You're going to bounce.
Yeah, you just bounce Lim.
Yeah. So now Lim has 6 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, gonna take that.
Maybe Lim not having a bunch of counter. That's why we set up the blocker Dofi,
Maybe.
as opposed to something else.
Perhaps. I mean, it's solid. And quick
Well,
3.
we're just gonna recast this.
Yeah,
Searcher,
another Lim
yeah.
Searcher.
There's no reason not to. It's just gonna give us another card in hand. Sakazuki, which is good. I don't hate it. Just go and drop Big Boy there and then take out Teach. Put this Dofi on having to find another one.
Most importantly, it'll just be one swing, right? So
5 LA?
down to here. Ooh. Giving up a law.
Okay.
We knew he had that. Pays another 3.
Okay.
Newgate. Yeah,
That works too.
Fair.
that works.
Yeah, a little cheaper.
The audio.
Promo audio.
Yep. So the 3-drop limb restanding itself, and
6
then
cards
the
in hand.
1-drop limb restanding the audio.
Mm-hmm.
And 6 cards in hand, 1 life.
Gravity Blade could still be good here. We can Gravity Blade 2 of the standing things and then swing at the rested one.
Mm-hmm.
But then we still have to leader skill blindly is the issue.
Losing that Teach was huge, of course.
Unless he has another Teach,
the little
right?
bit that you had.
If he has another Teach, he should be fine.
Well, you can go looking for one. And we get
Boa.
a Boa. You know what? Good enough. It's not Teach, but as long as Boa doesn't betray us like Buggy did, at least with Boa, we can, if the cards are bad, we
just
can
bottom
put them to the
yeah.
bottom. The unfortunate part about Buggy is that you can't do that. So we were just stuck with those 3 bad cards, and we had to just draw all of them.
It's like, when are you going to swing at life? How much? You need to, at this point, race it.
Yeah, you have to put Lim on having to actually play defense. And she's already down 2 law blockers.
We did have another one.
Or Dofi blockers.
All right. Teach skill.
You put the Boa probably.
It's either Boa or a law.
We pitched 1. Here comes the 7. Yep, it's another law.
Okay, and then
Sengoku back to hand. And choose the Searcher again?
Probably the search.
Or
bouncing the Searcher is so tricky.
yeah.
Like you do it because
you're just giving
it's a
him
non-counter.
cards to search. That's the problem.
Yeah,
though.
but you're giving him more options. But I guess it doesn't matter if this is a swing that's going at life because then we're committed to racing.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a 2 and a 1. Looks like it might have been okay. Nami and Mihawk.
Yeah, the only issue because now we're gonna play this Boa. Right?
Oh,
Jozu.
Bouncing the Teach back to hand and sending the new gate back. Okay.
Huh.
That's fair, but doesn't this board just die to Sakazuki Newgate?
Yeah.
Which we know our opponent has in hand.
Well, choosing to start with a 3.
I guess we're not opting for it. We can still do it, right? Because 3-6-3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Same, yeah.
Wait.
No.
Pay 3.
He just paying 3 now for the limb search. 6, you get left with 1 Don.
Yeah.
3-6-3.
3-6-3 would be crazy.
That would be crazy.
I'm thinking about green yellow law where I can do 3-6-3.
All right, dude.
7,
we
7,
get it. You're crazy.
2-2. What are we doing then? Because we definitely have that Sakazuki still in hand, right? The one that we search super early.
Yeah. Then we got to put the pressure on at the same time.
Yeah, he's gonna Saka. It looks like.
Oh, there it comes, Saka. All right, pops the law. And now 5 lead.
5 is respectable. I don't hate it.
Perona.
And then audio is going to swing at lead. No trigger. We're not leaving anything up for defense is kind of scary. Because if our hand's dead, Doflamingo can just like split his Dawn and then end it, right? But I
put like 4 on Jozu, swing 11.
And then the other, what does he have left after that? 6?
6. So 11.
So he just swung 7.
So we're not doing that. But I guess if our opponent takes this, then we can just go 15.
2 and a 1. And another audio promo. Cool. Let's look for something.
What are we looking for here? Probably another
boa.
Law.
2K?
Oh, that's something. Some kind of defense. Okay, we have a boa.
Boa's fine here, but without like an actual piece of removal, there's just so many. Okay, we're putting it to the bottom.
Yeah.
Up,
another boa.
We get a second chance at life.
Okay, a significant.
Oh no!
To the bottom again. He's not finding what he needs.
Blind 7.
Oh, Gecko. I think that's fine.
I think that's actually pretty good.
Yeah, pick up a 2K.
And then deal with this 7.
Yeah, because
we established the board
situation, right? Like she can rest stuff. If there was only one boa, we could have probably rested it with like a Usahachi or paid 3 and then played Newgate to rest it and then been fine.
Ooh.
Oh,
top knot.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Boa to the bottom. Now we just need to find one thing to rest. Yeah, and our opponent just singling.
Kind of already saying, all right, if you got it, you got it, dude.
Yeah, dude, I'm pretty sure you got it.
That's rough.
Top knot. Crazy trigger.
Probably one of top knot. Just
yeah, you don't. Yeah.
Well, I think most
typically
limbs,
like 1
or 2.
Yeah, and I remember something from like the big Europe run. He meant the top limb. He was like, I really don't like this card. He was like, I think this is the worst card in the deck.
Oh, it just saved us right here.
2 and 1.
All right, what do we got? 3 maybe. 3 for an Usohachi. Rest the other boa. 3 for something.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Usohachi.
Yeah, I think that's
taps
game.
the boa, and then
so now we just split up the Dawn between our other 3 swings, and we technically have Little Limb there as well.
Yeah,
if we wanted to.
6. No. Yeah.
I think that's 7 because I think he gets plus 1K when you have 2 rested characters.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Dofi at 3 cards in hand still?
3 indeed.
Yeah.
We can go
6 Dawn left.
8-8.
Yeah.
Could go to 8, I guess. I mean, we just saw the 2 2Ks he did search. And grab it from trash.
Oh, he's just gonna go 5.
5 is interesting.
5, yeah.
I don't know if I like 5.
Go
7 with the leader.
Oh, we haven't used leader skill yet. We can play a Mihawk.
Restand. Yeah.
And restand the Sakazuki.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, there's the Mihawk. Or the audio, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And now that's an 8.
Yeah.
2
All duds in hand besides
Wow.
1K Sengoku.
What a
Wow.
rough game.
Oh, that was unfortunate. Yeah, Lim's going to take it. And Purple winning the day, you know. We were just talking about how much of a purple-filled day it's been today. And, of course, Doflamingo making a more than strong showing, but unfortunately falling just short against this Lim here today. So it was a good day to be purple.